Oh, good.
Welcome, golfing world, to the second edition of the SSP Chawrasia Invitational 2023, presented by Take Solutions on the spectacular Royal Indian Calcutta Golf Club in Kolkata. With me in the studio today, this morning, is Mr. Golf, Indian golf himself, V. Krishnaswamy. Good morning, sir.
I think Alex has been far too kind for me. Good morning, listeners and viewers.
You know, Kolkata is a city of joy, as it's known, and it's produced a lot of joy for Indian golf as well. It's the nursery of Indian golf for almost a century, I would say.
Of course, considering it's the oldest golf course outside of the United Kingdom, it does have a lot of history attached to it. And the Tata Steel PTI Tour has traveled all over the country as it is now enters the business end of the season with just two more events. Am I right, Amit? Just in Jaipur, and finally the Tata Steel Tour Championships in Jamshedpur. Those are the two events left after this on the tour.
Yes, you're right, Swami. I'm going to call you Swami because that's what I've called you all my life. And you know, when it comes to anything to golf, you're my go-to person. And yes, two more events. It looks like Om Prakash Chauhan has got it in his pocket right now with this, and he's in the lead here, and he's leading the order merit as well. So yeah, but you know, golf is a funny game.
But I think, it's not going to be funny anymore because Om Prakash Chauhan is already leading by a handy margin. Sachin Vasoya has missed the cut, one of the players who was chasing him hard. Karan Pratap, of course, is still there. And then the big daddy of all tournaments, the Tour Championships with a 3 crore prize purse is still up there. So, I mean, there's a slim chance there. But if Om Prakash Chauhan wins this week, as it seems it is quite possible, then I suppose he is on his way to booking a ticket to the DP World Tour, which is where the winner of the PGTI Order of Merit goes to, gets a full card to play the full season across the world on the DP World Tour.
As has the person on your screen right now. He is our last year's Order of Merit winner, Manu Gandas.
And the defending champion this week.
Yeah. You know, never go by one-handed swings, they normally go straight. But no, this one's leaked it right a bit.
Manu's come off, I would say, a modest season on the DP World Tour, where it was more a question of a learning year for him, where he saw a lot of the international courses, learned about them. And I spoke to him at the Dunhill Links where he played, and he was saying that it's been a great season of learning. He's seen new courses. Now he knows what to do, and he plans to play a lot more in Europe. Of course, in India, he was almost unbeatable in 2022 when he won 6 titles in a single season. Yuvraj Sandhu, who's got onto the Asian Tour for 2024, won 5 others. So between the two, they cleaned up 11 titles in 2022. This year, the man in the frame and very prominently has been Om Prakash Chauhan, who's leading the Order of Merit by a handy margin and is also in shared lead with Rahil Ganji, the local man at RCGC, in the second edition of the SSP Invitational presented by Take Sports.
No, it's good to see Udyan Mane back on top this week. He's not had a very good season this year. I've seen him; he's 2 shots back today, and you know, he's had an indifferent couple of seasons, I would say.
Yeah, it also plays on somebody's mind. At one point of time, Udyan Mane was almost like a shoe-in for the Olympic Games in Tokyo, and then the Games itself got postponed by a year. And then he had to get into the Olympic team almost at the last minute. He got in as the 60th entry into the Games and didn't do too well there, finished pretty much low there. And after that, his season has been, his play has been slightly modest. And he's not been able to kind of recreate the form that made him easily the best player on the domestic scene.
Yeah. Here's a little slow motion of Manu Gandas' swing. Not a
I mean,
good
I
one.
must ask you, when you just kind of, drop one hand there, I mean, what does it do to your swing? I mean, how does the direction of the ball itself change?
Actually, that's the one to save the ball from going left. So it's,
Trying to soften it, huh?
yeah, because you feel like you're a little out of position in your swing, and you feel like it's going to go left, and then you take one hand off it so that it doesn't go left. That's a swing to save it from going left. Well, no such issues with Abhinav Lohan. He is in the middle of the fairway. Looked like he had a really good transition to his swing there. The three ball in your screen is Manu Gandas, Rohan Dole Patel from Pune, Abhinav Lohan from Faridabad.
That's another boy, Rohan Dhol Patil, who's actually not quite fulfilled the potential that he showed as an amateur. I saw him play at the Asia Pacific in Dubai. He seemed to be pretty much a kind of a guy with a lot of intent, and he was going to do that. He put in a lot of hard hours there, but unfortunately, it hasn't, kind of paid the kind of dividends that he would have expected, or even all of us would have.
I've come through those those that channel. I played a lot of amateur golf, and when you first come on the tour, it's almost like your expectations are really high, and I think you need to find your feet, and it's okay to find your feet. You're not in the top of the pack anymore. You're in the middle of the pack. You need to understand, and you have to work yourself back up. Sometimes it comes faster, and sometimes it comes slower. But you need to know where you are on that tour now.
Yeah, I think that's the kind of a transitory period for most of these young boys. For example, playing along with the Manu and Rohan is also Abhinav Lohan, who's been around for a little bit more than both these two guys. He's also had ups and downs, but again, another talented young man. Which really brings me to my favorite topic of the kind of depth that PGTI has now been able to produce. The cuts are going deeper and deeper, and the players are actually pretty, I mean, highly competitive. And then, of course, the prize money has gone up dramatically. So it's actually pretty lucrative. And this week, no matter where Om Prakash Chauhan finishes, he's going to cross the 1 crore barrier in terms of the prize money that he has earned this season. And I think that's a substantial amount of money. It really shows that that would be about, in terms of international dollars, it would work out to almost 120,000, and that, I think, is shows how strong the tour has gone. And hats off to the PGTI's officialdom, led by the CEO, Uttam Singh Mundi, a former player himself. I think, Amit, you played a lot of golf with Uttam, and I think he's done a pretty decent job.
Yeah, Uttam is, he knows what a player wants. Being a player, it's easy to know what a player wants, especially. And Uttam is someone who keeps the players in the forefront when it comes to decision making. That's what I believe. I believe.
Well, that's what a players' tour is supposed to be, a players' advisory council, as it happens on every major tour across the world. The PGTI too has it, and the players have had a very big say, and the management has actually gone along with them on most occasions. And as the sponsor of this event, Take Sports, is there. He's also the president of the PGTI, Mr. H.R. Srinivasan. He's done a great job sponsoring two events, one in Chandigarh and one in here in Kolkata, after the two legendary players, Chief Milkha Singh and SSP himself. And I think that's where, when the management and the players are in sync, I think it's all great for the game.
So some for those viewers who don't know how this whole thing works with the prize money, this tournament has a total prize money of 1 crore, and it is not 1 crore to the winner. It is actually split amongst the top 50, and with 15% going to the winner, 10% going to the runner-up, and about 6% to the third position, and then it keeps going down, and 1% point is the 30th position.
That's a pretty decent sum. How much is the 1% of this?
1% of this would be a lakh.
A lakh of rupees for the 30th place. So I must say, a pretty handsome prizes out there. Of course, I mean, there are a lot of expenses that professional golfers have to incur while playing on the tour, which includes travel, stay, carry fees, food, and everything. So it's not exactly as if the entire 1 lakh of rupees, or 15 lakhs in the case of the winner, goes into their bank. There's taxes to be paid too. You can't forget that. So there is a lot to be paid out, but still, it makes for a great living.
I know, and it's not just all about the money. I think there's a lot of passion involved in sport, and golfers are very passionate about their sport. I can assure you that. And other than that, you know what, golf, if unlike other sports, which I don't think I've seen this in any other sport, Swami, is there's no assurance for us as far as income is concerned, because if you're a good football player, you get contracted by a football club, you are assured of this much of income. If you don't make the cut in a professional golf tournament, you don't make any money. There's no assured prize money. So which is you can imagine the stress levels, and it is the most purely individual sport, I would say. There is nobody, you're not playing against anybody, you're playing against the whole field and actually the course. And as a result, you can see the shot tracer on the first hole, Manu Gandas with his one-handed swing. And the risk, and it's there's a lot of risk that professional golfers take as a result of this.
True, Amit. Would you say that that's what makes the sport more exciting and unpredictable?
Yeah, of course. I just wanted to. This is just to the viewers who think, oh, golf is an elitist game. It is an aspirational sport, and these guys are making a lot of money because there's a 1 crore prize money there. But it's not true. That is not true, right? It is only when you play well you get. So for a tournament we have 120 players in the field this year. The cut is applied, and the top 50 make the cut. And out of the only the top 50 make prize money. The others go home. They don't get paid anything. So it's a risk involved.
I would say, what's a sport without any risk? After all, I mean, risk is what makes it more exciting. And talking about risk, etc., I mean, here we have the next group with Pavan Kumar teeing off first, and there is Varun Chopra, I think. No, is that Hani? No, it's Hani Basoya. Hani Basoya has actually been dividing his time between the domestic tour and the Asian tour, and he's been, I would say, he's had a decent season. I mean, he's the guy who actually, used to dominate the junior scene once upon a time when he used to play alongside Shubhankar Sharma. And one of my favorite stories is about how Shubhankar once shared with me that when Shubhankar and Hani Basoya, they were playing together, if Hani Basoya was in the field, they'd say we'd always play for the second place because Honey was so good. But again, that's again what we said. When you move in from the amateurs to the pro circuit, I mean, a lot of things change. So while Shubhankar adjusted, he won 2 times on the DP World Tour. Hani Basoya is still looking for his first international win, even though he's won on the domestic tour quite a few times.
One of our foreign entries, Varun Chopra from the United States.
Foreign entries in terms of the passport that he holds, but I'm sure he feels as Indian as any of the other guys out there.
You must be loving the food here.
Oh, yes.
Indian food is much better in India. I truly believe that. And there's no food like Indian food.
So still the early few moments of the third round. The second round actually finished earlier in the day today itself, because the play was actually called off a little early on the first and the second days, which meant that the rounds were not being completed. And on Saturday, that is this morning, the final rounds were complete, and the lead is shared between Om Prakash Chauhan and Rahil Kanji, both of them at 5 under. Rahil Kanji, of course, being the local man who's actually, hasn't played the full season because he was still grappling with injuries, etc. But now he seems to be coming back into his own. This 45-year-old young man seems to be doing great.
A horrific story that Rahil shared with me. I was doing the commentary last week at the Grand Tournament, and he was participating. During COVID, he spent 9 months in a hotel room, solitary. 9 months. I don't even know how somebody does that. So, coming back from there, I don't know. He was saying, I don't know how I didn't know what to do. So, just to give you
the travails of international sport, once you get caught somewhere and you really have no other way of getting out, And I think hats off to Rahul for keeping his sanity in a manner of speaking. But I can tell you, I mean, you know him very well, and so do I. We have seen him for more than 25 years. In fact, the first time I ever met Rahul was when he was an amateur representing India at the SAF golf championships, which was basically for amateurs. And the other two amateurs who have since kind of, fallen off the competitive part was Simarjit Singh and Ashok Kumar. Of course, Ashok Kumar went on to achieve great heights in domestic golf. Rahil went on to win twice, but in between there was a big, huge gap of I think about 14 years. He won in 2004, and the next time he won was in something like 2018 in Japan. Of course, he did win Asian Development Tour event in India. But Rahil is a gritty man who's traveled all over, played in Asia, played at home, of course. He played on the web.com tour for many years, where he had that famous hole in one on a par four. But after a few years of working out there, lost his card and came back to India and Asia.
Rahil, not many people know this because we are very close, we're good friends. And Rahil won on the Asian tour before he won on the PGTI.
Correct.
He
Absolutely.
won the Volkswagen Beijing Open. I remember it distinctly. Before winning, I think, and then the first time he won in India was in Lucknow, if I'm not wrong.
Yes, correct. He won on the then PGTI tour on Lucknow.
Yeah.
But I said, I mean, a great player who's not been able to translate many of his excellent performances into trophies, but still, I would say a very gritty, a very determined, and very strong player. It's great to see him come back and kind of make a place for himself on the top of the leaderboard. Seems to be in a pretty decent space in terms of both his play and his mind right now, mental framework. So I would say that is what he needs. The one win, and I'm sure Rahul will be like the Rahul we saw of the old.
Rahil's engaged again, FYI, mommy. His fiance was on his back during the Grand Fountain.
Oh, we actually saw him, him and Rahul and his fiancée actually giving us an interview, a short one, in one of the previous tournaments on our telecast. And I mean, both of them seem to be so comfortable and absolutely, lovely, great humor and great banter. They enjoy with the rest of us.
He cornered me after at the finale party at Grand Fountain, and he says, he's going to tell you the stories. Which stories? I don't have any stories. He says, no, he's the one. He's the story guy. And they kind of wanted to, it was good fun though. Abhinav with his birdie putt on number one. Abhinav, he's with ONGC, and ONGC is such a big promoter of sport. Also, the PSUs, as you know, amateur golf earlier, now professional. They also, it's such a big role that the government plays through the PSUs to promote golf amongst the good players. I'm a product of that, and a lot of people are actually.
The PSUs have actually done a fantastic job, not just in terms of golf, but they're also great promoters in terms of giving scholarships, jobs, and opportunities for many of the other Indian sports persons, across the whole spectrum. So I would say what they actually give to Indian sport is massive. So I would say hats off to them. And that's exactly what Indian sport needs. I mean, more and more sponsors, more and more support. And that's the kind of people Indian sport will do well to have even more.
If there's no corporate, there's no competitive golf, I would say. So, it's all about getting, and golf is it's a game that you can play at all ages. You can play it at any level. Any gender both genders can play against
6 to 60.
Yeah.
And even more.
Even more. One of my aims in life is break my age on the golf course. So
don't break your
leg. For those who don't know, the part of the golf course is generally 72, and if I'm 72 and I shoot 71, I break my age at golf, and I don't think very many people can do that.
Gary Player claims that he's done it more than 100 times, and I'm sure he has. I mean, that man is absolutely incredible.
My coach also has done it.
Kel Levin, Australian, am I right?
Yes.
That's right. Okay.
So he says, the day you can do it, then you qualify as a coach. I say, yeah, okay, let me get there first. I need to go and find a path, whatever, 50 course first. That Sanit Bishnoi almost had it in his pocket on in Grand Thornton. You know, he was 10 under for the tournament, 7 under one eventually. He was 10 under after the 10th hole with four shots ahead.
So in golf, it's never over till it's
And
over.
you know, I put my foot in my mouth. Then I said, I think he's got his hand on the steering, and I just took it from him.
That's what,
He said,
golf
you need to
teaches
have
you.
your hand on the gear stick to drive, buddy. So the gear stick went to Karan Pratap Singh, who's his playing companion today.
You know, that's one of the beauties of the game, that it really is never over till it's over. You know, people have been known to make mistakes. I've seen some of them even at the biggest stage. There was a time when Ernie Els won his second Open Championships in back in Muirfield, I think it was, and you know, and he was forced. He was trailing way back. Adam Scott was 4 up on the field. He dropped him. Well, it was 4 ahead of Ernie, and then Adam Scott dropped a bogey in each of the last 4 holes. And, you know, Ernie Els slowly but steadily crept up and won his second.
Adam for a long time.
It haunted him for a very, very long time.
You know, one of the biggest stories was Jean Van Der Velde.
He's now turned a commentator, by the way, and he's an excellent commentator.
I'm sure, because, you know, I have a story like that of myself also. So I guess when you get traumatized, you just turn into a commentator. You complain and you commentate. But yeah, Jean Van Der Velde on the penultimate hole, handing the Open Championship to Paul Lawrie.
And Paul Lawrie's done a great job. Paul Lawrie has a foundation, and he supports a lot of junior golf back in the UK.
Pawan Pawan has been on tour for a couple of decades at least. And
he doesn't seem to be sold. I'm sure he has been there for a long time.
No, at least a couple of decades. Swami, I played with him when I started out, which I started out in 1999. So he's probably was there when I started out.
You're right. I mean, the stats say he's almost 39 years old, which means he must have been there for a long time.
But he
turned a pro only about 12, 13 years ago, which means you guys played a lot of amateur golf together.
I guess I was mistaking it, because he must have played with me as an amateur and in a pro event.
It doesn't matter whether you play as an amateur or as a professional, you play together. And that
I really like this boy's transition. He is so smooth in the transition. Both these boys, they have very similar techniques, very smooth transition. I think the transition in the game shows the control of nerves. What I've observed over the last few commentaries that I've done, and this boy, you will see the transition very Sergio-like, gets into a really strong, gets a lot of lag in his swing from the transition, and it's really smooth. This is our last week's winner, Karan Pratap Singh.
I'll just tell you something. I'll just let Karan finish with his swing or his tee off. I'll just tell you a little bit more about Sanit. I really like the guy, you know, and he's very committed, very, very motivated.
Karan starting with the 76 and yesterday 69. He's got the ball going the right direction now.
Sanit also, I think, at the Grand Thornton event, he had his sister Gorika on the back.
Yes, he did. Yes,
and Gorika, of course, a leading professional in the women's tour herself, who says that she won't travel out till she's absolutely sure. She says, I want to hone my skills. I want to do well first at home, and then I will venture out. She's been winning a lot at home. Hopefully, we'll get to see her at the LAT qualifying final stage later this month, where she could join some of the other leading ladies from our country.
So, just a small story, and I was watching things unfold last week, and Rashid had a chance of winning. And after everything was over, you know, the dinner, and he was sitting by himself, and I said, you know, Rashid, you got a little quick towards the end. And he says, you know what, I told my caddy, saying, why am I hurrying it? Why am I hurrying it? You know? So for those who know this, the timing is the key to consistency. And, you know, if you have a little bit of a hurry in your golf swing, that is going to lead to you mistiming a few shots. And Mistiming means hitting it less or more or in the wrong direction.
Karan Pratap was one of the first-time winners this season. Of course, he won that the first his first win came in Chandigarh, and then of course he added the Grand Thornton to it. So he's already won twice this season, which is what actually has taken him into the second place on the order of merit. Then of course he would have a mathematical chance of overtaking Om Prakash Chauhan. But Chauhan is sitting pretty much out there on his own. Um, uh, kind of moving towards a fantastic win on the order of merit. Good of Manu to have finished the DP World Tour season and to come back and play on his home tour and defend the title that he won last year.
Yeah, it looks like he's not the Manu that we know. Just his demeanor and his body language. We've known him as someone who's. No, I always feel behavior kind of tells you how the mind is working, and it's not the Manu from last year. I think he needs to find that Manu from last year.
No, so I mean, while his game might be kind of a little kind of patchy or a little on the low key, but I would say in terms of sheer experience, having seen the best of players in the world play on the DP World Tour, having competed with them and made a few cuts too. I would say he's a lot richer in terms of experience, though not as he hasn't done as well as he might have expected. But talking of money and talking of more security, the European Tour's earnings assurance scheme, which many of the other tours are also considering for the future, they gave $150,000 as a kind of an earnings assurance to each player on the tour. But I think that would pretty much go a long way to make the players feel much more secure.
Yeah, imagine if we had it when we were playing. They were like, the game would have been different. I can tell you.
Well, that's the way it is. And I mean, each successive generation gains more because of the previous one. I mean, the previous generation actually sets up the ground for it, makes the ground, and then the others reap the benefits. So it's what every generation gives to the next one.
I think another thing that I've seen really develop and is that the technology that has come into golf over the last decade is unreal. With shots gained, with Crackman and biomechanics, and the player has become much more athletic, much more aware of what he needs to do or she needs to do. And as a result, the scores have also become much lower. It's so tightly bunched as far as scoring goes, because it's just margins then between the top and the middle.
That's competitiveness. I mean, each guy, no player wants to give up, and I think that's become the hallmark of the tour now. Each guy is fighting hard and really, really, kind of, you know, not giving up till the last hole because each stroke can actually mean a lot of difference.
Yeah, Abhinav with his birdie attempt on number two, the par three. The Royal Calcutta Golf Club, for the viewers who don't know, is the oldest golf course outside the British Isles. It is we are the only ones who can boast of that. That is India, and also it used to have its first. It was not where it lies now. It was
Correct.
in the Maidans, which is close to Victoria Memorial. Uh, the whole golf course, it used to be have the local regional variety of Paspalum earlier, which was then converted into Bermuda, and it's become a beautiful track now. It has, unlike other par 72s, it has only two par fives and two par threes. The rest are all par fours. It's a demanding track, just like last week. You need to have, and you need to work the ball both ways. Like, for example, the first hole is a right to left dog leg, the second being a par three, and the third is a left to right dog leg. Then you come, fourth is pretty straight. Fifth, we go left to right again. Sixth, we go right to left. Seventh, we go right to left. Eighth is straight. Again, then 11 goes left to right. 16 goes left to right. 18 goes right to left. So you got to work the ball both ways. You
There
can't
it
just
is. I
hit
mean, a
one
challenging
shot.
golf course, if I can. But talking of that, I mean, they had preferred lies on the first 2 days, and today there's no kind of lift and clean.
So local player Shankar Das on the tee. For those who don't know Shankar Das, he actually, when he started playing on tour, he held the club cack-handed on his full shots.
Wow.
And actually, so did Mukesh before he went on, was cack-handed. So I guess then for Mukesh's story, I know, and he used to play with my father in Mao, and somebody told him, "Listen, you're a pro golfer. You can't hold it this way. You better hold it this way." So he changed his grip. But not sure about Shankar, but Shankar still chips cack-handed, putts cack-handed. Mukesh, putts
Yes.
cack-handed. Yeah.
Over the years, these boys have actually built their own style, rewritten the textbooks. So I suppose, I mean, as long as the results are there, they can't say much. Shankar Das is again also kind of, trying to get back to the winner's circle. He was pretty, kind of prominent till a few seasons back, but now, of course, not as prominent. Of course, kind of the game is falling off a little. But there are new guys out there like Aryan Rupa Anand, two-time All India Amateur Champion, just 21 years of age from Karnataka. He is actually from Mysore, and he was one of the leading amateurs in the country, represented India at the Asia Pacific and at the World Amateurs, turned a professional in his rookie season, and he's doing, I would say, above average, has a lot of potential, and he could be the young man to watch out for in the future.
Yeah. Interviewed the man on your screen last week, Divyanshu. He was there at Grant Thornton, and he says, his game is trending in the right direction, and he's looking forward to playing this week. So, not having missed the cut narrowly last week, so
He's playing at his home course, and he's a great friend of the host, SSP Chawrasia.
SSP. I remember SSP turned pro. When did he turn pro, Swami?
Oh, he hardly played any amateur golf. The first time I ever saw him was actually in the previous century, not even in this century. And that was when Arjun Atwal was one of the most prominent stars, along with G. Milkha Singh, on the
And he played well at the Indian Open.
That's right. I mean,
I remember playing
the
that
year
tournament.
Arjun Atwal won the Indian Open in 1998.
Foot overbridges, the insides of railway compartments, and electric vehicles as also an infrastructure for smart cities. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Randhawa, they won in quick succession. 1998, I think, was Firoz Ali, and 1999 was Arjun. 2000 was Jyoti Randhawa.
Yeah, I remember that run that mostly all Indian Opens were won by Indians.
Yes,
Yeah.
India would really kind of the Indians would dominate the scene. at the domestic level. And it was an amazing thing, 98, Firoz Ali won it, and in 99 it was Jyoti, it was Arjun, with us SSP being one of the three players tied at the second place. And in the 2000 Indian Open Championship, it was Jyoti Randhawa. And then 2002 Vijay Kumar, who's actually also kind of left the scene. He's retired, I believe. Jyoti Randhawa continues to play now on the seniors while making an occasional appearance both on the domestic scene and on the Asian tour.
Yeah, for viewers who don't know, the first ever winner of the Indian Open was an amateur. The Indian winner of the Indian Open was captain or major PG Sethi.
All I know was a brilliant golfer, PG Sethi, Billu Sethi. He won it in 1965, a year after the Indian Open was set up in 1964, and won by the legendary Peter Thompson, who unfortunately left us a few years ago.
Yeah, and he got a runner up the following year. Is that correct?
Yes, in 1966, Sethi was a runner-up, one of the two runner-ups, along when Peter Thompson won his second Indian Open.
Peter Thompson is the one of two five-time winners on the British Open.
Absolutely, I mean, and a total legend of links golf. He would make his way to St Andrews every year just to go and spend. He had a small house there, very, very close to within walking distance to the golf course, the old course. I used to love sitting out and having this cup of tea at around 3 o'clock with his missus. I mean, amazing gentleman, a lot of stories, and of course, a complete legend in Australia.
Seeing these past winners, you have Graham Marsh, who's a major winner also and Peter Thompson, winners of the Indian Open. Ted Ball, also a major winner also won the Indian Open. So a lot of famous. Payne Stewart.
Payne Stewart, I think, was the most famous of them all. I mean, really, a tragedy that he died way before his time in an accident when his plane crashed over the Atlantic.
Another one who won was who actually finished second to Ali Sher, but later on went and won the Open was
Todd Hamilton.
Todd Hamilton. Another one who finished second to Ali Sher and came second in the Open Championship was Brian Watts.
Brian Watts, I'm not too sure if he came.
Yeah, he came second in that three-way playoff that Marco Mera won.
Yes, but I think Brian Watts did not finish second in the Indian Open. But he was a pretty prominent name out there who's to come. Karthas on the screen. We have three more groups left to tee off. Tapikai, Amardeep Malik, and Veer Alawat in the next one. And after that, it'll be Aman Raj, Angad Chima, and Uday Mane. And then the lead group, the top three, Om Prakash Chauhan, Rahul Kanchi, and Syed Saqib Ahmed from Bangalore. Bit muted scores in the early stages of the third day, which is also called as the moving day. Left-handed Karthik Sharma's dropped 2 shots in his first 3 holes, as has former Indian Open winner C. Muniappa. Not too many birdies in this early part of the day. The course not playing as easy, and today there is no lift and clean. So if there are any mud balls, they will have to stay with them. Back to the tee box, Tappy Kai. This is the third last group. Tappy Kai, a one-time winner. Now professional for 6 years, 27 years of age, plays at the DLF Golf and Country Club. So Tappy is all set to tee off for his third round.
He has one on the tour. I think it was in Innsville or Kalhar, I'm not sure. I mean, just right of the green on number one.
You're right, Amit. Tappy's lone win came in 2018 at the Kenswell Open.
Works with a friend of mine, Toran Shahi.
Oh, another fantastic. Great company. Yeah?
And he hasn't been. Toran has unfortunately been in Nepal for the last 6 months due to his father's bad health. So Tappy hasn't seen him. So I'm not sure what it is. If he's been able to stay in touch with Toran or not. At this Shankar Das coming up a bit short, from the uphill lies, it generally come up short because the ball comes out a little bit higher than what you expect. So as a result, it rolls a bit less. The action, good lines on the swing, might have pulled it a tad.
Coming off rounds of 73 and 70 on the first 2 days, 1 under for 36 holes so far and tied 8.
Amardeep Malik on the tee, he has 2 wins and both wins at Noida Golf Course, his home course.
Amardeep actually doesn't look his age. He looks much younger. I always, whenever he tells me that he's been around for a very long time, it actually amazes me because he looks quite young, fresh, and of course, a very interesting character.
The picture we had on screen actually might have been couple of years old because he's got a little more gray in his beard.
That's all right.
Yeah.
All this gray hair is maturity.
Yeah, he's changed a lot. He used to be very fast in his golf swing. So now I think he's changed coach and he's got this really long pause on top, which I don't actually mind actually because he's shows me that he's really in control of his. You see that?
There you are, Amit.
Gives you a little more time to do what you want to do in the downswing.
Well, as long as it keeps you getting into the fairways every time you hit the ball.
Of Hideki Matsuyama.
Well, as long as it keeps you in the fairway of the tee, I'm sure you don't mind any kind of a swing.
Well, I remember one interview of Tiger. He says, when I hit the ball the best in my career, I always felt I was actually pausing on top of my swing.
There's another young man, Veer Halawat.
Lanky
Man who's done pretty well for himself on multiple tours. He has also been playing on the Asian tour and he's had a few good results. Of course, he's not won as yet. He still doesn't have a win to show for it. He was tied 7th in Indonesia recently. And of course, that was the tournament which Gaganjeet Bhullar won for his 11th title on the Asian Tour. So, and Veer also has had 11th finish in Taiwan. And so, he's been trending pretty decently on the Asian Tour. Indonesia happens to be his favorite place, like Gaganjeet Bhullar. He was 11th at the Indonesian Open also a few months ago. So, a lad who's actually done pretty well this season. He hasn't played too much on the domestic tour, but he was seventh in Ahmedabad towards the start of the season.
Yeah, and Amardeep with a nice long pause gives him that much more time. Also I saw a video, and this is common between Xander Schauffele and Tiger. So they were doing this interview. Xander was doing for Callaway, and it was a TV show that Tiger was at. And they said, when we were kids, because we used to have we had so athletic, and then we had such a fast body action that both their coaches, used to make them pause on top and hit balls.
There you are. Divanshu polishes off that. Pass start.
On the screen, Aryan Rupanand with his par putt, cleaning up on number one. You can see the difference in grain. The shinier green is the one that the grass is growing away from us as we look at it. And the dull is the one that's growing towards us. Both boys now, both Karan and Sanit, practice and play at DLF, so very familiar with each other. This is a par for first hole. That bunker is so strategically put. It gives you an option. You can hit it just short or over it. Pros will definitely go for one over the bunker. Then it leaves you a wedge in to a very benign green, I would say. As it's probably one of the few birdie holes that you will get at RCGC. And but once you're with the Bermuda grass, if you're off the fairway, holding that green becomes an issue because it slopes from right to left, and it feeds off the green.
Green speed is just under 11 for the round.
Wow,
a little over 11, sorry, for the round. It was much slower in the first 2 days.
Yeah, probably because of the rain also, right? Both Royal Calcutta and Tollygunge Golf Club are very close to each other. In Calcutta, it's like hardly a kilometer apart, right?
Across the road.
Yeah. Invariably, people who are members here or who play here play there as well.
I must share, Calcutta is my city of birth. That's where I was born. We still have family there. I mean, just like a stone's throw from the RCGC, we can actually hear the starter, making the announcements from our balcony, and then you can actually slowly make your way into the club. And the first group would just tee off at that time.
Did you play golf when you were living there?
No, I have. No, never. No, I moved to Delhi very, very early. So I was just, it's my mom's side of the family lived in Calcutta. Or actually, the families, we still have a lot of family there. So it's a great city. It's a city with tremendous amount of character, great food, great camaraderie, a lot of club culture. I would say one of the first few cities with a lot of club culture there, and a very sporting city, is appreciative of every sport that you can think of, has produced some amazing, legendary sports stars for India, starting from in the good old days. And one of my great friends, Leander Pace, his father, Wes. So I think it's a place with great sporting culture. And of course, culture itself is the middle name of every person from West Bengal.
Yeah, Tabby just having pulled it a tad on number one from a little bit of a hanging lie. It's going to shoot the ball out to the left. So a little bit of judged though. You can see that coming from the rough, you're not going to get any purchase on the green. So ball running off the green. Beautiful drone shot of the first hole, Swami. It's I never saw RCGC like this. It looks really good.
Well, it's one of the iconic courses of India, and we are bringing you this telecast live from Royal Calcutta Golf Club as the Tata Steel PGTI Tour is kind of wending its way towards the end of the season. The SSP Chawrasia Invitational 2023, presented by Take Sports. The defending champion is in the field after a season on the DP World Tour, Manu Gandhas. SSP Chawrasia himself being a great host. And we are witnessing another local man, Rahil Ganji, sharing the lead along with Om Prakash Chauhan, with the second last group getting ready to tee off in the third round. Rahil, Om Prakash Chauhan would be getting set to try and move a little bit further. And of course, next to them, right close behind them, two shots behind, is Syed Saqib Ahmed, another young man from Bangalore, quiet, and I think he's another young man with tremendous amount of potential.
He
And
has
who
one or
knows,
two.
this
I
could be
remember
his week.
him winning in Bangalore, if I'm not mistaken. Saqib, his lone victory, either it's in Bangalore or Kalhar, not sure. But yes, I remember him winning once. Coaching. Yeah, but not the course I thought you would. He won in Cochin this week.
That's right. You know, one of the good things about the PGTI website is also that it has all the things right at the click of a couple of buttons here and there. The very interesting thing, 2018 January was when this young man, Syed Saqib Ahmed, entered the winner's circle, and he hasn't actually come back into it since then. That year, he won the tournament in Cochin, and he had a hole-in-one in that tournament, is what the records tell me. So that was a fine effort, and he closed it with a birdie to win the title.
India's version of Shingo Katayama, Amin Raj. Shingo also used to wear a hat like that, but it was turned up on the sides. So when he was asked why does he wear a hat like that, actually he has a pretty good reason to it, Swami. He said that he had gone to a stylist. So and the stylist said, you need to look a little leaner on the face to be have more TV presence. So the roll up of the hat made his face look thinner.
Wow. So there you are, grooming not just for golf, but also for television, priming yourself up. And here we have the tall, lanky Angad Chima, ready to tee off in the second last group of the day. Aman Raj, Angad Chima, and Udayan Mane will be in this group.
Yeah. Yes, probably Udayan is a foot taller than. But golf is such an equalizer, right?
But he had two varying rounds, 75 on the first day, 67 on the second, 2 under for 36 holes, and lying tied 8th. Angad Chima. The next man in, the man you were talking about, the big man, Udayan Mane the man. There you are, hugely successful. 12 wins since turning pro in 2015. That's just about 8 years ago. A very prolific winner at one point, but unfortunately has not added a few since over the last couple of years. But I would say an amazing character, a great player, I would say, wonderful person also. Looks up to Anirban Lahiri as his idol, mentor, elder brother, call what you will.
Now, he had a little bit of an off week last week, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, he missed the cut as well. And look, see, golf is such a it's such a game. You don't peak every week of the year. Actually, professional golfers peak. Depends on their level of their capability. Peak 6 to 8 weeks a year. And if you have that 6 to 8 weeks in a big tournament, then you win a big tournament. Most likely you will come up on top.
And this big man loves big tournaments.
Yeah.
Two of his, his last win actually in 2021 came at the Tour Championships, the Tata Steel Tour Championships, and that was his last victory in 2021. He's twice won the Tour Championships in 2019 and then 2021. So this is 2023. So he might be fancying his chances in a few weeks' time. And there it is, another study of him at the first tee box.
Yeah, I like his move now because I saw him a few weeks ago. He was kind of trying to force the issue in his golf swing. It was not. It didn't look like this. There's much more flow to it. It's much more. When flow comes, it's your rhythm, your internal rhythm, and you're happy with what you're doing, and you're comfortable with what your as far as your technique is goes, the rhythm just follows because you know that it's going to work. So when you have your off period, your off form, I would say, the first thing to go is your rhythm.
One of the things is that Mane has also, he used to be pretty heavy. Then he lost a lot of weight. So would these kind of things also have an impact on your swing?
Of course, if I got lighter and I didn't get stronger, it would affect my game. I can assure you. And you don't need to get light. You need to, if you lose a few inches, but maintain your strength levels because that's important. Because the moment you get light and if you feel like you're not as strong as you used to be, you start changing things. You'll start trying to get a little more out of yourself, which might lead you to accelerate a bit too early in your golf swing. So it's timing is sequencing, which is when what starts in your golf swing. And if you're a little down on energy on a day, or due to some illness, or something which is it changes your sequencing.
Amit, one of the great myths, about what the non-golfers often say is that, golfers don't require to be so fit. And, like as in say tennis or in other sports, in athletics, football, badminton, etc. I don't know how much truth it is in it because I think golf takes a lot out of you. You walk 18 holes each day for 5 days. That is 4 days of the tournament and 1 or 2 practice rounds. And when you say there is a par of 72, that means you're supposed to be getting the ball into the cup. In par, like for each of the holes, and 72 shots is what it takes to get the ball in 18 times. But with each shot, you take a practice swing at least twice or thrice. So imagine you're swinging that club, at least half the times from the tee box and the fairway with 3 practice swings each. I think it runs into hundreds, I'm not sure. We'll try and calculate the math and get you the minimum.
If you're Hermes, it might be more.
Oh yes, there are lots and lots of players who kind of have half a dozen practice swings before they actually get the club to the ball.
He plays the golf course 10 times every time he plays. No, actually, for example, the presently the All India Ladies is happening, and it's a match play. So you play 2 rounds of stroke play, and then you have match play, and which has 1 first round, pre-qualifying, quarterfinals, semi-finals, and the final of 36 hole. The girls this week have played the first round and the pre-quarterfinals on day 1 of match play. That's 36 hole. On the second day of match, they played the quarterfinals and semi-finals, which is another 36 hole. And if you have reached the finals,
you play another 36
holes. 108 holes in 3 days. So
that sure requires a lot of fitness.
You need to have the recovery also, not just fit. But by the way, the fitter you are, the faster you recover. So if you have the recovery, you can perform at the same level throughout. If you don't, if you're not fit, your body starts slowing down, and the big muscles slow down faster. So your small muscles take over, and then small muscles send the ball, create the spin on the shots. So to play golf tournaments are like marathons, you know, and if you're on the tour, you're running a marathon every week. So yeah, a huge part of your training has to have muscle endurance work on it. That means, you know, you make sure your muscles don't tire so early, not just make them strong. You need to make sure that they don't tire early.
Aryan seems to have made some gains out there while we were chatting, Amit.
Abhinav, 100 today after the third hole, from moved himself to 1-0 for the tournament. Six back of our leaders. Lead presently with Om Prakash Chauhan and Rahil Ganji, who are just about to tee off, along with Said Saqib Ahmed. The penultimate group has Udayan Mane, Aman Raj, and Angad Chima. On our screen is Divyanshu Bajaj, local from the Royal Calcutta Golf Club in Kolkata, with his par attempt on the par 3 number 2. Very nice hole. But you almost the green is wide, but it's kind of, you actually hit it through a chute in the middle of the hole. There are trees, so you don't see the whole green off the tee. Narrowly missing there. Anshu must be very familiar with these conditions. Plays here. On our screen now, our leader, Syed Saqib Ahmed from KGA, which is lone win coming at the Cochin Masters in 2018.
Saqib?
Nice brisk tempo through the shot. Doesn't hold back at all. Looks happy with it. You can see he moved it right to left. You could see the release pattern on the club. Our order of merit leader, Om Prakash Chauhan. He has no frills golf swing. I was watching him warm up at the national games, and it was like he just did the same thing again and again. The ball was almost coming out the same way every time. You know, you don't, for the viewers, golf is not a game of perfect. It's a game of misses, and the person who has better misses is the one who comes up on top. So nobody hits, everybody misses. And it's not important to hit it straight. You should know which way the ball is going to move, so you know how to cater for it. Rahil Ganji from the Royal Calcutta Golf Club also. You know, that golf swing hasn't changed, Swami. I have seen him swing for 2 decades, and it looked the same when he was 15 years old.
है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रीहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रीहाइड्रेट।
He gave Amit Luthra a really good run for his money. Came up short that day, though, but I remember that match. I know I've never seen so many people on the golf course, at least at RCGC. Aman Raj with his birdie attempt on number 1. Aman Raj comes from Patna, and his father used to be a professional golfer as well, Shashi Raj.
Wow.
The first and my interaction with Shashi Raj was very incidental. It was I had gone to play a professional tournament as a junior in Amritsar, and that I remember that it's called the OCM Open, if I'm not mistaken, and I remember Ali Sher winning it and beating I think T Nagaraj, if I'm not mistaken. And Shashi Raj had come to play the tournament, and I was like probably the only person I could actually speak to because I was kind of shy, and everybody thought this guy only speaks English. So Shashi Raj was the only other English-speaking person there, and yeah, I had a really good interaction with him. Then two decades later, I see his son is a pro golfer. Odian with his birdie attempt on number 1. Yeah. It's off to a fast start. The big guy. He reminds me of former US Open winner from Argentina. What's his name? I can't remember now.
Cabrera.
Aniel Cabrera. He has this Aniel Cabrera demeanor to him, Udian Mane. And Aniel Cabrera could play golf.
Oh, yes.
I think he's got 2 majors with him, the
That's
Masters
right.
and the Open, both the US Open, that is. I remember the tee shot he hit on the last hole of the US Open, and there was a tight, really all holes are tight at the US Open, and he just ripped his driver 350 yards and flipped a wedge, and he just overpowered that golf course. Okay, left himself a longish approach shot, took an iron off the tee. So I think he's in that first landing zone that we saw on the tee. He just shot on the bunker on the right. Pretty straightforward, 120 yards or so. Ryle has taken it over the bunker, and he's got himself like a really short wedge in. Finding the right side of the green. Pin tucked away on the left today. Top middle left. Om Prakash, center cut. I don't think anybody plays faster than this man. Like golf swing, right? Comes from
Very functional.
Yeah, comes from the same town. Swings it. I think he grew up watching Mukesh practice.
Yes, and he's also come up the hard way, and it's great to see him, kind of perform at the highest levels now.
Yeah. I don't know. Ryle had his fiance on his back last week. I think he's back to his old caddy at RCGC. It's a pretty straightforward shot. The shot that you want to hit onto this flag is like a low to medium draw, one skip and check. That's what he's trying to do, I guess. Looks like he's got the right flag. You can see that lowish one skip and check, but
Just overshot the green, but I think he'll take out the flat stick from there.
I think he pulled it a tad. That's why it's come a bit longer. And for those who saw that marking on the green, that is the depth of the green. And this green is 35 yards long. And the pin is on the back left. Eight in, 8 from the left. So Amardeep has started doing what our US Open winner shifted to backhanded, left hand below right. He had some tipping woes. So you can see that he's devised his own method. Matthew Fitzpatrick is also chips like that.
Yes, Matthew Fitzpatrick just came off a great season. Last couple of seasons, he's been really playing well and into the top 10 of the world. And now we have a split screen for you. On live feed 2, you can see Rahul Kanji checking out the putting surface before he uses a putter from just off the green.
Yeah, and it's trampled down. That's the way. That's the way to the next tee. So trampled down grass is not going to affect the ball that much. Just trying to assess whether he's. I don't think you're playing preferred light, Ryan. So don't take a preferred light today.
No, there is no preferred light
Yeah,
today
so
on the
because
third
he was indicating whether this is on the fairway or not, and they were playing last 2 days. So I hope he doesn't take it.
No, he wouldn't. He's far too experienced for that, I'm sure. Which is why he has not touched the ball at all, because the ball is not exactly on the green, so he can't actually do anything about it. Just a few inches over.
So this happens sometimes with professional golfers. You play the first 2 days with preferred line, then it's removed, and then you are so much in the habit of taking one, you end up taking it on the first one. It's happened with me. I can assure you.
Yeah, that only happens with hacks like me, not with professionals.
No. It happens with a lot of professional golfers. It's happened with. I know it's happened with me and a couple of my friends. Tabby guy really playing a good shot out of the bunker there. I think he was on the face of the bunker.
That's on the live feed 1.
Live feed 1 is our par 3 second hole, and live feed 2 is the par 4 number 1. Amardeep leaving himself more work than he would have wanted for par on number 2. Rahil with his birdie putt from just over the green on number 1. Just wobbled on hip a bit, jumped off line. That's what happens sometimes when if you're off the green and use a putter, you have those, things that you can't.
But I'm sure he'd be pretty happy to come off with a par here.
After that second shot, yes. After the tee shot, maybe not.
Yeah.
It's a pretty benign par 4. You hit a good tee shot, you always have a wedge in. Amar narrowly missing his par attempt on number 2.
That's not a given on the way back.
It's Om Prakash Chauhan likes to address it on the toe, but hits it off the center, and he rolls it pure.
So he moves 1 ahead.
Yeah, he's our tournament leader now at 600. 1 shot ahead of his playing companion, Rahil Ganji. And then after birdieing the first hole, has moved to 4 under.
The side Sakib also polishing off that.
So as it stands right now, we have Om Prakash at 6, Rahil at 5, but then at 4, Sakib at 3, Veer, Aman, and Angad at 2, and Amardeep will fall back to even par. Tappy with his par putt on number 2. Finding the side door.
I'm sure he must have been terribly happy after that drop shot on the first. You don't want to begin with a bogey. Bogey is bad enough.
And these are not
Bogey
the
would
two
be
tough holes on
disaster.
the golf course. These are the 2 easier holes to start off with. Amardeep. Thanks. cleaning up for his bogey on number 2.
Tell me, I mean, it's off. The third day is often called as the moving day. I mean, how much does it play on the minds of the golfers? Now they know that they are going to get a check at the end of the week. They've made the cut. The third day is when you try to erase bad memories of the first two and set yourself up for the final day? Or is that the way you look at it? What exactly do you look as a golfer, as a professional golfer? What do you look at on the third day of any big pro tournament?
I think you get a little more attacking, as when you try to. There's some holes you play safe during the first 2 days. Those are the ones that you need to give more respect to. But I think those holes you give a little more lesser respect to on the third day, because that if you need to get close, you need to hit it closer. It's all about how probably holding a putt from 20 feet is far lesser than holding it from 10 feet. So you get a little more, you give the tougher holes a little less importance, not importance, I would say a little lesser respect, and take it on a bit more. But I always say, this on moving day, and if you have a really good short game, you can take it on.
That's the day everybody wants to make a move and move forward, not backwards.
On your screen, viewers, we have Aman Raj from Patna. He's seeing a different RCGC with those shades on and the big hat on.
One of the, I mean, he is one of my favorite golfers, or rather, I really enjoy talking to him, watching him play, because he's one of the characters in the Indian domestic tour. And for any golf tour to do well, you need some characters. He gives you the view, or rather the idea of the bold young Indian pro golfer now. That's the new generation.
He's like a importer.
Well, he's not that flashy. He's pretty flashy, but I won't say he's the Polter mode.
I think he's flashier with his hats than Puerto was.
Or with the Ferraris.
But yeah, the glasses, the hat, he's got this flashy demeanor to him. Angad, on the other hand, he's the other side of the spectrum. He's understated. Always been a good ball striker though, Angad Chima. Started with a par, still at 2 under. Next to work it right to left. How he changes the plane from on the way down. He gets it a little shallower on the way down. Okay. Not sure where that ball ended up. For the viewers, the green, which is the way the grass grows on the green, is from the back of the green to the front of the green. So putts uphill are going to be much slower than the putts downhill. Much slower, because when it's down green and the slope is all around, it's a double whammy. And grain on the green is very indigenous to, I would say, Southeast Asia and India, also a warm country. Bermuda grass has a lot of grain compared to bent and the other varieties of grass used on the green. It's a warm weather grass. the cold weather grass. It has no grain on it, so generally what you see on as far as the slope goes is what you get.
Time then to take a quick look at the tour sponsors. We have a few of them, of course, led by the Tata Steel Group, one of the top global steel companies with an annual crude steel capacity of 33 million tons and growing, one of the world's most geographically diversified steel producers with operations and commercial presence across the world. We have other partners like Amritanjan Fruitnik Electro Plus, and Amit, I will get him to talk a little bit more about how golfers and other people need to keep keep dehydration at bay. And if you are looking at that, Amritanjan Fruitnik is just what you need. Distillery International, Vedika Himalayan Spring Waters. I mean, they've been with the tour for a long time. And of course, Rolex, one of the global sponsors of the sport. And of course, this week, and as always, we have been backed by Take Sports. So it's SSP Chawrasia Invitational 2023 presented by Take Sports. They also presented the tournament in Chandigarh, the Jeev Invitational. So Take Sports, which is headed by the president of PGTI, Mr. H.R. Srinivasan, taking a lead in supporting the sport with two big tournaments in Chandigarh and one in Calcutta in the names of two of our legends, G. Milkha Singh and SSP Chawrasia, both of whom have won 4 times on the DP World Tour, apart from more than half a dozen times on the Asian Tour, two of the big names and legends in Indian golf. So our sponsors have done a fantastic job over the past few years, which has actually taken the prize purse for our tour to a huge amount. And we have two big ones coming up. Next, the Bhavani Singh Rathore presents Jaipur Open, and it's powered by AU Small Finance Bank. So you can see a lot of sponsors in the name itself there, which augurs well for the sports persons. Om Prakash Chauhan will be the defending champion. And then finally, the train will come to a halt for the season at the Tata Steel Tour Championships at Golmuri and Beldi golf courses in Jamshedpur, their quarters, for the Tata Steel's golfing activities. And Chikarangappa was the defending champion there. And we'll have this field returning for the limited field event at that event, which will signal the end of the season. So that will carry a prize purse of a whopping 3 crores, rupees 3 crores, 45 lakhs available for the winner. So we have the tour traveling right across the country and coming to an end for 2023 at Jamshedpur. But right now, we are here with Aman Raj, the man with the hat, at the SSP Invitational 2023 presented by Take.
Yeah, Aman has had a really good season this year. He's right up there on the order of merit. But then the shortest birdie putt coming up. Aman with 2 wins this year and 7 top 10s. He's in the top 5 of the order of merit for this season.
Lying in the 4th place with more than 68 lakh rupees in the bank and looking for more.
Until the tour championship is over, championship is over. I don't think it's going to determine who's going to take it. With 3 crores up, it's going to be a big swing.
That's Amit Dubey playing it safe. There's a massive gap of 26 lakhs between Karan Pratap and Om Prakash Chauhan. The top two on the order of merit. Chauhan has 98 lakhs 80,000 and 559,000, which is just a shade under with shade under 1,20,000 to reach that magical figure of 1 crore for the season. Karan Pratap Singh has 72.33 lakhs. Sachin Basoya 71.46, just on the heels of Sachin of Karan. And in the fourth place is Aman Raj with 68 lakhs 10,000. And the fifth place is occupied by the top international player in the field from Bangladesh, Jamal Hussain, who has won 43 lakhs. Jamal, of course, from Bangladesh, following in the footsteps of Siddiqur Rahman, and Sanhit Bishnoi is lying sixth, Gaurav Pratap seventh, Tangaraja from Sri Lanka in the eighth place, Akshay Sharma and Kapil Kumar rounding off the top 10. The 10th place right now, Kapil Kumar has a shade over 30 lakhs, which is a sizable amount considering how the prize money has grown.
You know, it was not very long ago. I remember Ashok having this amazing season. I don't know, 7, 8, 9. I can't remember how many victories. And he, that time, with those many victories, barely crossed 50 lakhs. I remember it was the first time anybody crossed 50 lakhs. And he had a spectacular season. And he barely crossed. So that just shows you how much the prize money has grown.
Amit was just talking about that huge prize money winning season of Ashok Kumar. The year was way back in 2010. He had 4 wins and 16 starts, and he'd won all the big ones. He had 13 top 10s and 16 starts. 53 lakhs was he made. And after that, it took quite a long while for somebody to match that figure, though Shamim came close to it, or rather went past it also with 50 plus. Shankar Das had 54 in 2014. And in 2015, Chika came close to that with 48 lakhs. And in 2016, we had Rashid Khan up there on the top with 44 lakhs. And in 2017, it was Shamim Khan, who we just saw, at 51 lakhs. He had 3 wins and 18 starts that season. So in 2018, this is Syed Saqib. Syed Saqib's fellow Bangalorean, Kalin Joshi, was at the top that year with 62 lakhs that year. But Kalin actually also won the Asian Tour event that year, which went on to his tally also. So in 2019, we had Rashid back on the top at 66 lakhs. And in 2021, when the season resumed after COVID, Udayan Mane took over at 58 lakhs. It was a bit of a subdued season, but he had 17 starts and 4 wins. That was his golden year. And then last year in 2022, Manu Gandas took it to a new high at 88 lakhs in 19 starts, of which 6 were converted into wins. He played 19 events, had top 10s in 13 of them, and made a cut in each one of the 19 starts he had. So Manu Gandas's record has been bettered by Om Prakash Chauhan this season, and he has 98 lakhs, and that includes a win in the Challenge Tour event earlier in the season in Bangalore. But the way Om Prakash has been playing, he has been absolutely stunningly consistent this season. He has played in 17 events prior to this week, has had 3 wins. He's made the cut in 13 out of the 17, and he's out of the 13 cuts he has made, he's finished in the top 10 11 times, and he has 98 lakhs 80,000 and change, just a shade under 1,20,000 to reach that magical figure.
Out of those miss top tens, 13 cuts, 11 top tens. One came out was last week. Yeah, that was the first time I was not announcing his name on TV.
And that 22nd place at Grant Thornton came after a series of 7 top tens in a row, which included 2 wins, one in JK Tourism and the other one at the Indian Oil Servo Masters, the tournament held.
And the one
weeks
other outside top 10 was actually, he was in 11th place.
That's right, India Cement. So he's actually been in outside top 10 just twice. What a fabulous record he's had this season. Just twice. One of them was 11th place and the other 22nd. So it's been a sensational season for Om Prakash Chauhan. His win at the Duncan Taylor Black Bull Challenge 2023, a joint sanction event between the PGTI and the Challenge Tour of Europe, produced a win for him where he picked up just under 40 lakhs, 39 lakhs 84,000 from that event, the $300,000 challenge tour event in Bangalore. It's been a fabulous season for him, and I'm sure he's going to make it even better this week as he sits right on the top.
Again, going off, getting a fast start today, 2 under after 2, winning the first 2 holes, moves into joint second alongside Rahil Genji. Om Prakash birding the first hole is our leader right now at 6 under. Sakib is holding ground at 3 under. Veer at 2 alongside Aman and Angad. Priyanshu, par for the day and par for the event, is enjoying 8th position. Ryan just leaving his tee shot a bit short and right of the green on number 1. Beg your pardon, number 2. That's wrong.
Leaves it on the slope. One of the nightmares for a professional golfer on a slopey green. Not happy with that at all. A very emotional and a very evocative person. Rahil not happy with himself at all.
I think from the looks of it, he's not really happy with the lie. Om Prakash finding the bunker just right of the green. And if he's anything toward his mentor was like, Mukesh, looked like he had a bad lie as well because it was really hot and running. So might have plugged inside there.
You remember, I mean, the surface is still a bit soft, and we are not playing with preferred lies today on the 3rd day. So the players need to be a bit careful.
This is our final group on number 2. Ryle getting an indifferent lie and hitting an indifferent chip on the right there. From the looks, Om Prakash had not a very good lie in the bunker. So just hitting it 10-15 feet by. Ryle with his par attempt in number 2. Oh, it's rolling really well on the greens. You see that it was
The pace.
line that he'd drawn, it kept on that line. So really true greens this week. Om Prakash. Uh, don't want to mess with this scary big guy. Andrew Beef Johnston, right? The cat, Om Prakash's caddy. Prakash with his par attempt number 2. And you can see he's got the base of the greens correct. It's overbordering a bit. Akib, the third member in this group. The uphill left to right. I'm going through his pre-reading procedures, aim point.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
That was a nice into the heart, the cup. Talking of aim point at the Hero World Challenge in Bahamas, the Tigers annual event, there was an incident. Apparently, Colin Morikawa's caddy had checked out the greens and he had noted a few points. He saw all that and he happened to write down a couple of points in the yardage book that he carries with him through the rounds. And he used some effort, or he may have used some of the notes that he had made into the yardage book. While you're allowed to use the aim point to see various things, you can't actually use it during the play, and apparently you're not allowed to write it onto your yardage book.
Not allowed to map the greens.
You're not allowed to map the green. Yes, that's the exact terminology. So what happened was Fitzpatrick, who was playing with Morikawa in that round, happened to see it. Apparently, he had earlier wanted to do that himself. When his caddy had actually mapped the green in a manner of speaking, he didn't put it down in the yardage book. Later, Fitzpatrick actually asked the referee if that was allowed. And that's when the referee got to know that Morikawa's caddy may have done that. And when it transpired that he actually had, his score was docked by 2 strokes. He was penalized 2 strokes. So there you have the aids to help you during the practice rounds, but be sure there's no one except yourself, no one but yourself to judge and to kind of second guess what you need to do on the course along with your caddy. So there it is. Aim point is great, but you need to be careful. Manu Gandas back on the screen. The defending champion. That looks like a replay of the first tee shot that he had earlier in the day. A mix of few shots.
Yeah. We're back live at the SSP Chawrasia Invitational 2023, presented by Take Sports from the beautiful Royal Calcutta Golf Club in Kolkata. And this is, on my screen, Sandeep Singh playing alongside Akshay Sharma and Arjun Prasad. Coming back, Swami, I've known you for more than 2 decades. I can't remember how long because
Are you that old, Amit?
I am quite old now. I don't want to believe it, but I am. But for the viewers who are watching this telecast, Swami is probably the oldest golf journalist in our country. That's what I believe. And he was covering golf, and that's kudos to you, sir. That you were covering golf, and nobody actually wanted to cover golf. I don't know. It looked like that at that time, that nobody wanted to cover golf at that time, and you were covering golf, and you were there. And I saw you, and we got to know each other over a period of time with you covering the event and me playing the events. But hats off to you. I actually call you Mr. Golf India because you know more players and more about Indian golf than anybody else.
Amit, promise you won't ask me my age. The first time I actually went to a golf course was in 1982 at the Asian Games. That's 41 years ago, when the Asian Games were held in India and golf had just been introduced. I really don't come from a golfing family. I had never golfed at that time. I was an athlete. I was working for the Times of India at that time. Those were interesting days. Golf had come for the first time to the Asian Games, and Asian Games was coming only for the second time to India. And in those games, India did so well. We won the individual gold medal with
Bunny
Lakshman Singh picking up, and Rajiv Mota coming second. And India also won the team gold with the team Bunny Lakshman Singh, Rajiv Mota, Amit Luthra, and Rishi Narayan. So that was a fabulous thing, kind of 2 gold medals from the same games. And I had just gone there out of curiosity. I started liking the game, would go once in a while to see something. But the real change actually, it was still a game that I was slightly intimidated by. I was not a member of the golf club. I still am not. But I do go often, much more often now. And at that time, when I saw Ali Sher win for the first time in 1991, that was the big change. That, PGA Tour used to once upon a time have a line called 1 week can change your life. And that week changed Ali Sher's life. I became great friends with him. We still are great friends. And, I realized that how golf could actually, kind of make such an impact on someone's life. Ali Sher's family took a turn for the better. He got his kids married off. His family became better. And when he won a second time, he proved that the first time was not a fluke. And that's where the Indian golfers started believing in themselves. They were no longer making up numbers at the Indian Open. And then, of course, the trend had been started in 65 when we were talking about Bilu Sethi as an amateur. But he was like one man. But after Ali Sher, into the mid-90s, came Jeev Milkha Singh, Arjun Atwal, and Jyoti Randhawa, and they changed. The big three, as I call them, and they changed the face of Indian golf, and we've never looked back. And into this century, a whole lot of new people, young people, of course, they're no longer young. SSP Chawrasia, Anirban Lahiri, Gaganjeet Bhullar, who now has 11 titles, the most by an Indian on the Asian Tour. And of course, Rahil Gyaji from the same generation. And we now have a whole lot of youngsters led by Shubhankar Sharma himself. And, we have so many other young stars, Chika Rangappa, Kalin Joshi, so many things. I think Indian golf is really looking good.
Yeah, I remember. So for those who don't know this, Ali Sher was the first professional Indian golfer to win the Indian Open in 1991. He beat Todd Hamilton, finished second that week. A couple of years later, when the Indian Open used to alternate between Delhi Golf Club and Royal Calcutta, and came back to it again then he signed what? And Todd Hamilton and Brian Watt were sitting with Todd Hamilton won the Brian Watt they lost the playoff to Marco Mera at the Open Championship. So it's just something that something that the viewers might not remember who were there at that time, and the new ones just Indian golf trivia. So, and then I think another really prolific golfer was I really looked up to him, broadcasting, Passadali's from Royal Calcutta. He was Mr. Steady when he could not miss fairways for ages. So, I grew up when I was a youngster at that time in my teens, and I used to watch Ali Sher, Rohtas Singh, and Basid Ali. And
The
Firoz Ali.
entire generation of golfers, prominently, a lot of them from Calcutta. They really were kind of superb golfers they were not long hitters. The equipment was different at that time, pretty ancient at the time. Golf balls were not easy to come by, the top quality one, but these guys could putt, and these guys could really putt.
Oh, a little bit of wildlife on your screen is the Jack Hall. It's very much visible at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. They played havoc with our wires this morning. They love eating cables from the likes of it. So we had a little bit of a Jack Hall cable issue this morning.
There it is. It's a fabulous sport, isn't it? I mean, there's wildlife there. There are great stories from the past, both Indian and international. A lot of history out there. I think it's a fascinating sport to play, to watch, to write about, and to talk about.
The beautiful 18th hole at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. There's the two trees. I don't know if they're still there or not. It's called Jeff and Mutt. You can see the two palm trees. It's in the distance. It comes on the right of the fairway, and you work it left to right of the tee, and then you work it right to left on your second shot. It's almost like a double dog leg. And it's a really good finishing hole. It's a very demanding track, and so it's left to right of the tee, and the 17th is right to left of the tee, and the 16th is left to right of the tee, and the 15th is right to left of the tee. So you're going left to right to left, and if you don't work it both ways, then you need to be a little conservative of the tee. You need to have a shorter club so you don't run out of fairway. So it's not necessarily learn to work it both ways. If you can't, then you need to play percentage so that you hit a club off the tee that you don't run out of fairway. Beautiful drone shots of the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. This is the 18th. You can see the driving range on the left of your screen. Beautiful practice facilities. I used to always love going there. The food is amazing at Royal Calcutta Golf Club. I used to, and every time I finish the round, I just submit my card.
We just discussed that food in Calcutta itself is great. It's not just food at the golf club. There's a lot of.
I didn't see much of the food outside. You're so busy playing golf, and once you finish, you have best food in Calcutta right in front of you, and the ambience is great, and We're back live at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, the SSP Chawrasia Invitational 2023, presented by Tech Solutions. On our screen is Sandeep Singh playing alongside Arjun Prasad and Akshay Sharma. Arjun from TL from Gurgaon, I think now. He's the army officer's son. Akshay from Panchkula. Sandeep from Delhi.
Let's say now on the screen for you. Udayan Mane has joined Om Prakash Chauhan at the top of the leaderboard. 2 birdies in the first 3 holes by Udayan. Om Prakash gave back the shot that he'd gained on the first with a bogey in the second. So he's even par for the day as Udayan Mane catches up 2 on him. Both of them at 5 under through the early stages of the third round. Ryan Ganges dropped 1 shot. Today, Veer Ahlawat gained 1 with a birdie on the 4th. So he's tied 4th along with Syed.
This on your screen is the par for 17th hole, dogleg right to left. And the group on the screen is okay. We're back to our leaders: Sakib, Rahil, and Om. Sakib's rolling the ball really well on the greens. You know, he made a really good putt for par on number 2 as well.
This is that's celebrating. I'm sure that looks like a birdie for Sakib.
Yeah, it's that new version of high five after COVID.
That's right. You know, it's now the fist.
Fist
You know,
five.
exactly.
That's leaders at present. Udayan and Om Prakash Chauhan both at 5 under. Rahil a shot adrift at 4 under. Veer at 3 under, and Sakib at
3 under also.
as well. That will be updated soon.
That should be updated soon with the official score coming in for the next side. Sakib could actually move up one spot there.
This is the 18th hole, par 4. Ends up at the clubhouse. There's the outer bounce that runs on the left from tee to green. The hole curves from left to right initially, and then right to left. Deep Singh on number 18. It's uphill, right to left. Green goes from right to left on the screen. It's good to have a good local caddy for the line reading. I never on these golf courses which have especially Bermuda grass, you need a little bit of local knowledge. You see, moves a bit from right to left, coming up a bit short because you know, predominantly when you play on Bermuda, you end up going to the putting green and practicing a lot of downhill putts. Rarely have I seen people practice uphill putts, and invariably you'll get the same amount of downhill and uphill putts. And I've seen so many uphill putts come up short in tournaments. Great, up the hill, up the green as well. For those who don't know, a straight uphill putt is probably the toughest one, and a downhill straight putt is probably the easiest one, because you just have to get the ball in motion. Gravity does a lot of work for you. Arjun, beg your pardon, not sure about his line, just reassessing it, clearing his head, visualizing it. You need to stay committed to these putts. Look like a good stroke. You can see just moved at the end towards the right.
Well, I found that T-shirt very interesting. I mean, these days the kind of attire, the kind of colors that they have on the golf course is really there. You are talking about color. Look at that. Mustard there
he's
matches
got
with the shoe.
Yes, absolutely. That's what I say. He's got it, and his putter grip as well. That was by coincident, I guess. Probably you don't know that. Not many golfers know about this, but during the apartheid, Gary Player once played a golf tournament with half black and half white to bring unity in his country. So half his attire was black in color and half is white. So it was. I don't think it's happened after that. And then you had Payne Stewart with his +4s. He was known by his attire. +4s is what golfers used to wear in former times. The trouser was a little just below the knee and then tucked into a long pair of socks. And with the explained Vikrant Chopra with his putter number 17. Dog leg right to left. Good to see Vikrant. He's got to finish strong if he wants to keep his card. He's on the bubble. Yeah. He's been there around. He's also a TPC member. I think a board member. Sorry, that's PGTI board member. Gaurav Pratap Singh in the center of your screen playing number 18 alongside the old-time Mukesh Kumar in the pink trousers and Pukrat Singh Gill, the young blood. That's Sarthak on your scene, Sarthak Chibber, having a good week at Grant Thornton. Grant looks like they've been asked to speed up play. His playing companions. We have a time stipulated for you to finish a hole on a certain hole on the tour, and if you're behind schedule, the referee will come and tell you to speed up. If you don't, he'll put you on a clock. If you still don't speed up, you get penalized. Not just a stroke. Sometimes it's monetary also. Just seem to have couldn't match it up there. Missed it right. Playing alongside Vikrant is Irfan Alimola and Sarthak. So that on the screen is Irfan Alimola. Looks like he's
This is steel, and this is an idea. So what happens when we join them? Something marvelous, like cars that are lighter, more fuel efficient, yet safer. Thanks to high-perform automotive steel, which lowers CO2 emission and makes this world a better place. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
Colored shoes. I have quite a few of them.
I'm more traditional. I wear it sparingly, and the day I wear it, I might have a little different mindset that day. Well, this is one of our best tracks in our country. We had a really good track last week with DLF. Spectacular RCGC, old styled, but it was far ahead of time as far as the yardage goes. It's measured at 7,300 yards since, and it's even with the new equipment, and now with the equipment having to roll back in a couple of years from now, it still holds its position, and it's still if you need to hit every club in your bag well. Going the aerial route there from just right of green on number 18. This is views of the 18th hole on 460 yards long. Mukesh from just short, he always misses it at the correct position. Swami, not as good. I've never seen him do that ever on a chip. But I've never seen Mukesh miss a shot on the wrong side.
See, that was because Mukesh his course management was outstanding. He understood the course so well and he played to his strengths. He's always done that, and I think that is what actually, kind of been great with them.
Kraj from Ludhiana. Father used to play a little bit of amateur golf. Balwant.
SSP Chawrasia Invitational 2023. We're into the third day.
This is Pukraj coming up short. Par 5, 15 hole, very reachable. It's the par 5s are relatively easy lengthwise at Royal Calcutta Golf Club. It's compared to the other par 4s, it's not very demanding lengthwise. Presuming that I'm assuming that these are all birdie putts on number 15. Roll of the ball, you can see he's read the line to perfection, and really good putt by Gaurav Pratap Singh. He's won after ages this year on Noida, his home course. Trousers, trying to add some color to his golf. For the viewers who are not familiar with Mukesh Kumar's golfing history, he's the most winning golfer, a professional golfer in India. He's won over 120 professional golf tournaments. And he hails from a small town in Madhya Pradesh called Mao, MHOW, which stands for Military Headquarters of War. Short work of that, he's always been a really good putter, especially short ones, medium ones, really good lag putter. He's got that his distance control on his putter. He hits his putt with this dripping speed, which if he's missing, it'll catch the hole and fall in. The better your speed, the bigger the hole gets. On number 15. I see my friend Karan having made the cut this week. He's had a little bit of an indifferent year this year. He did well at Q School, and then hasn't done very well in the tournament. So he's made the cut here. So you can see that Karan Vasudeva from Delhi Golf Club, and that's him in the center of the fairway. Yeah. Also a board member with the PGPI. His swing hasn't changed a bit for me. It's the same since I've known him.
That's what is called as consistency.
Yeah, and he's such an easy person to interact with, and he's really open with for players who play on the tour. They need people like him on on the board you can actually speak to, and he's got always he's open to suggestions, and he's very easy, very approachable, I would say. It's Karthik Sharma on hole number 2. His 11th hole. He started from. We have a 2 start today. He started from hole number 10, playing alongside former Indian Open champion C. Munyappa and Prabhakaran from Sri Lanka.
We used to have Mithun Pereira there, quite a winner, a regular winner out there, a man with soft hands just like his father, Nandasena Pereira, who used to come to India very often in the earlier days, back in the 80s and 90s.
Fabulous golfer.
Absolutely fabulous golfer. It's just that he never turned, he should have played at a much higher professional level.
You know what happened? I met him in Sri Lanka during the Sri Lankan. I played quite a few Sri Lankan amateurs, so he was always there at the Royal Colombo, and hitting amazing red shot. And I said, "Why don't you play?" I've got arthritis in my hands. He had early arthritis, and that didn't allow him to hold the club very.
Tragedy indeed, a pity indeed, because he was such a wonderful golfer who came close to winning the All India Amateurs a couple of times.
I find they have to tell us. हम तो बोलेंगे अरे इतना अच्छी चीज नहीं
It's a crowded leaderboard right now. Two players sharing the lead at 5 under, Uday Mane and Om Prakash Chauhan. Three players in the tied third spot, Vida Alawad, Saeed Saqib Ahmed and Lahil Ganji. All of them 2 shots behind at 3 under. Aman Raj is at 2 under along with Angad Chima, and only 2 other players, Amardeep Malik and Tapi Ghai, in red numbers at 1 under each. Tough scoring, but a tight leaderboard. And there is a chip in the old block, Irfan Ali Mola, son of Firoz Ali. As flashy as the father, and I'm sure if he can get as good as his dad was, he'll have a great future.
I watched his father play. I was maybe 15 or 16. There was Army Golf Course Open at Dholakwa, and he was playing a playoff against Rohtas Singh, and Rohtas Singh had hit against the wall on the left. Just knew the game, and he hit this high draw to really tight pin and hold it. And Firoz also had a birdie putt. He lost to Rohtas. That's when I first saw Firoz, his Irfan's dad.
We were talking, we've had an update. A birdie by Om Prakash Chauhan on the 5th, the par 5, on the 4th, the par 5 4th, takes him into sole lead once again at 6 under. He's 1 under for the day. Uday Mane is 2 under for the day. So Om Prakash at 6 under and Mane at 5 under through 40 holes each.
I watched on your screen is Yashas Chandra MS from Mysore. Watched him win the gold medal at the National Games this year. Beautiful 15 under. He shot for me for 4 rounds at Delhi Golf Course, which is
fabulous.
Because with the new Gary player design, it's not as I think it's become a bit difficult, more tougher to score with the new design, green design.
Delhi Golf Club was never very easy to score, but with the Gary player design and the tight fairways as it is, it becomes even more difficult to score. And I think it was a pretty starry field out there. And for Yashas to win the individual gold medal, I think that was a big tick mark for him on the positive side.
Watched him play, and really impressed with his ball striking. That he was Karan Vasudeva. Birdie putt on number 15. This is the second hole, par 3 on your screen. Karan with his birdie attempt. Just under reading in that. Third member of this group is Yansh Dubey. It's birdie putt on number 15. Putt. Current tidying up for par on number 15. So on your screens now is the updated leaderboard. Om Prakash back in the lead after birdie number 4, par 5, sitting at 6 under. A short adrift is Udyan Mane. Himmat Rai on number 17, playing alongside Maniram. And Saptak Talwar. Himmat is making a comeback.
Yes, in fact, I was about to say that. It's good to see Himmat come back. A very talented golfer, a one-time winner on the Asian Tour. Unfortunately, kind of got derailed because of a lot of reasons, including personal. And for this young man to be making a comeback is indeed very, very good because he is happiest when he's on a golf course and hugely talented.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. He's been, he looks in good shape actually, Swami.
Yes, I think I haven't spoken to him for a long time, but I can see that he seems to be working not just on his fitness, but also his game, and both these things go hand in hand. And once the young man is back in good shape, and I'm sure the scores will follow, good that he's actually, kind of playing more often now. And I think that's a big, kind of a plus in a way of speaking, because I think that's what he needs to do. That's what any one of them needs to do. You need to play more often, and I think once you do that, I think things do fall in place.
Yeah, bro, you can only do what your body permits you to do, and staying in good shape and working on getting yourself faster and stronger will always help. And Himmat has been able to do that. He's 2 over today so far, 8 over for the tournament, and Sarthak is 2 over and 7 over for the event. Akshay Sharma having a good day today. He's 3 under after 9, and so is Arjun Prasad playing together. Sometimes when you play together and you have somebody playing well and you feed off each other, you can actually go. It actually helps. You can one feeds the other.
True, so true. And I think that's where he really kind of needs to focus to get his game back.
This is the par 5 15th hole. Your screen. Is Pranav Martikar. Back pretty well from the rough. Playing alongside Pranav is Dhruv Shuron and Shaurya Bean. Shaurya having a good week at the Glade 1 tournament this year.
We were just talking about Himmat. Hemant has not actually played much, even on the domestic tour. He had only 3 starts in 2021 and just 1 start in 2022 when he played the Grand Thornton and finished sixth. And this season, the SSP Chawrasia Invitational is only his second start. He was 16th at the Grand Thornton last week. So it's good to see him get back to play. And, once he starts getting the rhythm, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more of him because he's quite a good player, and I think
very
his talent will show.
from the Army Golf Course. He started playing golf there, Dholakua, which is known as APTA now, by the way.
Yes, exactly.
And brisk tempo, just like his walk, quick through everything. Very similar to your golf swing. Sometimes, most of the time, resembles the way you walk.
Oh, yes,
tempo
it does. It does.
This is the par 3, hole number 2. On your screen is Sandeep Singh playing alongside Akshay Sharma and Abdul Saad. Both Akshay and Abdul are 3 under today. So for when you have a 2T start, the top and in the cut is applied at top 50 and ties. With 1 to 25 tee off from hole number 1. The better you play, the later you tee off from hole number 1, but it's vice versa for tee number 10. The better you play, the earlier tee off from tee number 10.
The format for a 2T start. That's what Amit was trying to explain just now.
Arjun putting well today. We saw him hold a putt on number 18 earlier on, his 9th hole. This is the 11th hole. They started from tee number 10. They were the second group of tee number 10. Akshay on your screen. Oh, so that's, pardon me, Sandeep Singh. Narrowly missing there. Sandeep, 1 over today after 9. 5 over for the tournament. Akshay Sharma cleaning up on number 2. On these grainy greens, Swami, these short putts, it's a toss-up of how much do I give the grain and how much do I give the slope. But for the viewers, the green is fast and the grass has been cut relatively low. The grain has lesser effect than the slope. The slope is predominant. And vice versa, when the greens are slow and it's grainy, the grain has more effect on the line. So I don't think the grain it is going to affect the line, but with the speeds at 11, it's going to be the grain is going to have a relatively lower effect on the way the ball moves of the grain. Two things that affect line reading is gravity and friction.
There's a small science class for you from Amit Dubey, a coach now. The coach par excellence. He has all his slots are fixed up or taken up by young stars. One of his young trainees, Zara Anand, currently engaged in a battle against another top amateur, Vidhatri Ors. The two of them are clashing and fighting for the title at the All India Ladies Amateurs in Pune. That battle is midway through in the final, and Vidatri has a slight edge over young Zara. Zara, a medalist from the national games also.
Yeah, no, I've been teaching her since she was 4 years old, and she's 15 now. Yeah. For viewers who need to improve on their putting, line reading is the most important part of putting, believe it or not. Because unless you read the line correctly, you actually don't know. You have very less chances of the ball unless you read it wrong and make a bad stroke and it goes in. That's probably the only thing that can happen. So line reading is essential. It also helps you in visualizing the putt, the way it's going to roll, and you have to then when you see the slope and the grain and you assess it, and then you decide if it's fast green, you need to make sure that you hit the putt at the slower place, so have an easier return putt in case you miss it. And if the greens are slow, then you need to make sure that the ball reaches the hole. And somebody tells me, "Oh, the greens were really slow." You got to know that on the first hole, right? After that, you knew the speed. Then you don't leave it short, and you know what you need to do. So then you decide on. This is Shaurya Binu on number 15 for birdie, playing alongside Pranav and Dhruv. You're on. Yeah, so once you decide the line, then I guess after that, the most important thing is alignment. If you don't have a good alignment process, find one and stick to it.
Process, the name of the game.
Yeah. And after you do these two things, putting becomes quite easy actually, because you know your mistake immediately.
Talking of things looking easy, it's looking anything but easy right now here, as the tightly bunched field now sees Om Prakash Chauhan move yet another shot ahead with a birdie on the 5th hole. The second tournament to be named after an iconic player, following the G. Milkha Singh Invitational, which is also, interestingly, sponsored by Take Sports. The par for the RCGC course, the second oldest in the world and the oldest outside UK, is 72. 126 professionals began this week, and 50 in ties made the cut. The course record here is 9 under 63, held jointly by Shamim Khan and Rashid Khan, who are in this field also, and of course Arjun Atwal and Ed Friat also shot similar scores, Friat in 1997 and Arjun in 2001. Rashid shot 63 in 2014 on the Indian Tour, the McLeod Russell Tour Championships as it was then called, and then Shamim equaled it in 2016. The lowest winning total here is 17 under, held jointly by Shubhankar in 2017 and Anirban Lahiri in 2013. It doesn't look like we'll get to 17 under this year. We're just 7 under with 5 holes gone in the third round and 18 left in the fourth.
Yeah, I remember that Ed Friat victory. It was a resounding victory from what I remember. I couldn't believe that he had won it by that many strokes at RCGC. So yeah, it was a resounding victory. I remember Arjun winning. That was my first or second year on tour. SSP did exceedingly well in that event, probably one of his first events as a professional golfer. We're back live at the SSP Chawrasia Invitational, presented by Take Sports 2023. And on a screen, this is hole number 17. Yashas Chandra MS. Just pass the hole. Likes to work it right to left. Playing alongside Yashas today. Eva and Divyansh Dubey, Karan on our screen. Karan from Delhi Golf Club.
Karan's been around for a while.
Yeah, he's been here for I don't know, maybe a decade and a half, I think. Right in the center of the fairway, you can see he's got 150 to the front. You can see it on the ground. We mark it for our players, so it speeds up play. They don't have to look around for the yardage. They have pin sheets. So the yardage is to the front, and the pin sheet tells you how far inside the pin is and how far it's from the closest edge. This is just to speed up play and also to make them to hit more accurate golf shots.
In the meantime, a little more update from the top of the leaderboard. Udayan Mane has dropped a shot of the 6th. So the gap between Om Prakash and Udayan is now 3 shots. As usual, Om Prakash Chauhan making his move on the weekend. He's keeping it going. He's the only person, he's among the very few players in red numbers today. He is 2 under, though there is Akshay and Arjun Prasad at 3 under, as also Gaurav Pratap, but they're all in the much lower down on the leaderboard. Akshay and Arjun are tied 15th and Gaurav 21st. They have a lot of ground to catch up on. They're all 2 and 3 over, whereas Chauhan, after 5 holes in the 3rd round, is 2 under, and Udayan Mane, after being 2 under after the first 2 holes, is now 1 under, and 3 shots separate the first from the second, and there's a whole bunch of 3 players at 3 under, 1 shot adrift of Udayan.
Yeah, on your screen is the par 5 15th hole, and it's a relatively straightforward par 5, not too long. This is the of Udayan Mane and Angad Chima. Hole number 5.
We're just showing you the action a little while ago.
And the dog leg right. It runs adjoining to the 4th par 5. Udayan having a good week this week, having missed the cut last week at Grand Thornton by a shot. One under today, 4 for the event, 3 shots adrift. Further shot behind is Veer Alawat alongside Angad Chima and Syed Saqib Ahmed at 3 under, and at 2 under are Aman Raj and Rahil Ganji. Rahil Ganji 3 over today, having started at 5 under. The par 5 and the par 4 fifth hole is a dog leg left to right. It's It's got an elevated green. The pin is on the top right today. Aman Raj in the green side bunker. Not sure about his lie. He's really giving a lot of thoughts for me. It looks like he's got a lie which he's not very happy with. Because normally this is a straightforward bunker shot. So he's thinking about something which is takes me back to the point that I would not think about anything in a bunker unless my lie is not going. I think he's hit it over the back.
Very clearly, he's mindful of the fact that Om Prakash Chauhan is pulling away, so he can't afford to drop any shots there. He needs to keep all of them as much as possible, ensure that he doesn't suffer any more drop shots. But the thing about this game is the more you try, the more difficult it becomes. When it comes naturally to you, it just flows.
You've always heard this from the golfing greats that you do your best and the chips unfold when they have to, and that's golf. Golf is a funny game that you can do everything correct and not have a great score, and the next day you come back and do everything the same way and it's much lower. So it's just Anangat, really good putt on the fifth for birdie, takes him to 4 under. And you have a couple of putts like that, and the momentum is back on your side, and and the hole looks bigger.
Do you reckon that the players need to speed up a little bit? I think taking a little bit of time, even though there's really no rush in terms of weather, etc. But I think it's also important to keep the pace of play. And I noticed that there is a lot of focus on pace of play these days across the globe.
Yeah, golf is a game. It takes anyway so long to finish. And then if you have somebody not, then you have pace of play behind. If you're behind a pace of play, then and if one group is there slow, and it kind of has a domino effect. At the end, it's almost half an hour delay, and it affects our coverage. It affects a lot of things. So pace of play is imperative for golf to stay viewer friendly, I would say.
Oh, yes. I mean, nobody wants to wait a lot of time to this. Of course, at the same time, we have to be mindful of the fact that golf is not really a fast-paced sport as such, because they need to focus on every single shot. Each shot means a lot. Of the first 2 rounds could be the difference between getting a paycheck or nothing, and over the final 2 days, it could mean a lot of money. And there's Udayan Mani here on the fifth hole.
You can see he's ready to perfection. I'm coming a wee bit short. He had the line correct.
So he'll drop a shot here on the fifth.
Yeah. Aiming up for his par on number 5 with Rohan Dole Patel on our split screen on the right, live feed 2. Playing the 9th hole. Coming up a bit short. You need too much respect to the slope. Another foot or two he would have fed right next to the hole. This is it's coming. Just misjudging it a bit. You can see different versions of this shot. You have Manu Gandas playing a hybrid from the edge of the green, using it like a putter. Gets it airborne over the long grass and then starts rolling it like a putter. Oh no, sorry. Take those words back. He's using a putter, the Texas wedge from off the green. Really good judgment of speed by Manu there on number 9. The par 4, dog leg right to left. Abhinav Lohan with his putt on number 9. Currently one under for the tournament, 1 over for the event. Our leaders on hole number 5. Rahil, Sakib, and Om Prakash Chauhan. Ganji to go first. And Ganji is going in the wrong direction right now. He's had like a few bogeys and needs to turn this thing around quickly. I think find himself too far back of Om Prakash. And Ryan, the way it looks as him as himself as a player, he's here to win the tournament. So he wants to keep pace with the leaders and win.
It's not been a great day so far for Rahil. Starting as a co-leader, at 4 under, he's dropped.
That was per par on number 5, narrowly missing.
So that's another bogey to his name. Unfortunate, another drop shot for Rahil. Rahil already 3 over for the day now. He's dropped quite more than a few shots. He must be livid.
The vegetation has changed so drastically on number 4. I remember having these huge trees, but they lost. I believe they lost quite a few trees in the storms that have happened over the recent past. And this 4th hole, you could actually not from the 5th, you could not see the 4th fairway earlier. The trees used to be really big and overhanging the fairway, just like the one on the extreme right of your screen. But over the years, they've lost a few trees there.
Nothing that the club management or the course officials could do anything about. Unfortunate it is, as weather continues to take a toll of much else. We just had severe cyclones in Chennai, and climate continues to be the big problem for mankind.
Yeah, absolutely. It's golf is such an environmentally friendly game. We are For the viewers who don't know, a golf course, if it's 100 acres, at least 50 out of that are trees, rough. It's not fairway. So yeah, I live next to the Noida golf course, and from my house downstairs I can see the golf course. I actually can't see a few fairways. There's so many trees, and they were all planted. By the way, there used to be no trees there. It was like an old riverbed, and now there's just trees and trees. So I think golf is great for the environment.
But we need to take care of that. We need to take care of not just the golf courses, but so much else to ensure that we are breathing
And
better air.
I'm not sure if you're aware of it, but if you don't prune, if you some people are averse to pruning trees, but if you don't prune trees, they fall down faster in storms. The tree gets heavy, right? And with the storm, the heavier it gets uprooted.
So there we are, another update on the leaderboard. Both Om Prakash Chauhan and Udayan Mane dropped shots on the 6th, as did Rahil Kanji. Of the leaders now, Chauhan is at 6 under, down from 7 under. Rahil Kanji drops a shot on the 6th also, and he's now 4 over for the day, and he has dropped out of the top 5. He is sole 7th. So from 6 under where he started, the day 5 under from where he started, he's now just 1 under. That's been the biggest or the sharpest fall on a moving day. He's actually moved backwards, something that no golfer wants to. Aman Raj is even par for 6 holes and is at 2 under.
That was Amardeep Malik with his distinctive pause on top. Getting the nod from the golfing gods before he starts down on his golf swing. Tappy guy with his approach into number 6, the demanding par 4. The third member in this group is a tall and lanky Veer Alawat. I think he's almost 6'6" from what I hear. That's a lot of width in that golf swing.
So I've seen this boy play a bit, Amit, over the last couple of years. He's one of the fresh faces to have emerged. One of his strengths is that he doesn't give away shots. Even if he's not making birdies, the key is that he doesn't give away bogeys. So it's like a fairly steady player. And I think on days like this, for example, he's the kind of a player who might make the big move. If the others are going backwards, even if he stays there, it actually means he's going forwards in the overall terms. So I think that's what Veer Alawat would be looking at. Stay steady, don't drop shots, pick up a couple of birdies along the way, and in no time when you submit your card, turn in your card, you could be 2 or 3 under, which would mean you made up a lot of ground on the leaders and put some distance between you and the guys chasing you.
Yeah, this is a game to be played in the present moment. You need to stay
Patience
there and be where you are, and all the interviews of all the golfing greats, you see that one common factor that I try to stay in the moment, and that's one thing which actually golf has a life teaching for people. In this whole communities are so we are always generally in the past and the future, and golf is very much in the present. DLF doing a lot for professional golfers, sponsoring quite a few. Veer Alawat also sponsored by DLF along with Sanit Bishnoi. Amar with his new chipping technique, left hand below right, following Matthew Fitzpatrick, who claims to have improved his chipping drastically using this technique. Pretty straightforward chip, and chipping is something which is your insurance policy when it comes to tournament golf and professional golf. It's what you keep yourself in the game with. We're assessing his putt. From the looks of it, it's left to right, downhill. All depends on the speed that he wants to hit this putt at. I won't advise him to go very firm with it. But, with the experience that he's gained playing on the Asian Tour, it's a huge thing. When you played all around the world, you were so quick at adapting to conditions of a golf course.
That's, because it's probably the only sport where the playing conditions change every single day that you play on. The golf course, the weather conditions, the wind, the heat, the nature of the soil, the grass growing, if it's not mowed well enough or sharply enough. I mean, every single thing. So all the variables, they change every day. So that makes it a far more, it's like playing chess on a daily basis over an area of, say, about 100 acres or more, through 18 holes and on different surfaces, from the fairways, which can be grainy, rough.
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट फील अलाइव।
काम घर में कर रहे हों या बाहर या किसी बीमारी से उबर रहे हों, आप बिना जाने डिहाइड्रेट हो सकते हैं। रोज जरूरत है फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट। इसका अनोखा R3 फॉर्मूला इलेक्ट्रोलाइट रिस्टोर करे, ग्लाइकोजन रिप्लेनिश करे और मसल्स का तनाव कम करे तुरंत एनर्जी के साथ।
फ्रूटनिक इलेक्ट्रो प्लस रिहाइड्रेट।
Short.
2-3 things that will help our viewers putt better. One of them is try not to miss it on the lower side. Lower side misses are negative misses as far as from a coaching perspective. Amar cleaning up for his par on number 6. Veer is now a joint second along with Udyan at 3 under. Udyan giving a couple of strokes back. So it's like 2 steps forward and 2 steps back.
That's the nature of the game. You do all the hard work, you pick up a couple of shots, and then suddenly, wham, both those shots are gone.
That's what I saw last week with Sanjay. He was 10 under Swami with a few holes to go. He was 10 under after 10, 8 holes, 10 under after 11, and 4 shots ahead. And he, in 3 holes later, lo and behold, there's a tie for the lead, and the wheels are coming off, and Karan Pratap Singh, and who actually was the only one who didn't make any bogeys in the last 8 holes that week, comes up on top. So golf is it's not over till it's not over till the fat lady sings.
Another quick look at the leaderboard. 3 shots between Om Prakash Chauhan and the rest of the pack. Veer Alawat and Udayan Mane and Ankat Chima at 3 under each. Veer has played 8 holes, Udayan 7 and Ankat 7. So Om Prakash Chauhan, the leader of the order of merit, ahead by 3 shots over 3 others who are sitting at 3 under through 7 and 8.
Yeah, it's indifferent start by the leaders today. It's nobody's taking the bull by its horns.
It's also, the conditions have not been the easiest, to be fair to them. The holes between the 5th and the 8th have not been very easy for all the players to be handled after 2 days of preferred lies. Today, there is no lift and clean, and that's also could be making a difference. The ball flights obviously being affected by some mud getting stuck. The ground is still soft. So I think those are the factors which come into play here. And as we are saying, if you look at the scoreboard, the 7th hole is proving to be very difficult for players, and our lead group is about soon getting there. A lot of drop shots on the 7th, and I think that is where our leaders will need to be careful not to get tripped
And
again there.
looking at the scores today, there's very, very few people in red numbers. There's just maybe a handful. Om is 1 under, Veer is 1 under, Angad is 1 under, Mari Muthu is 1 under, and Akshay is 2 under, Gaurav Pratap is 3 under, and Rohan is 1 under, and Shaurya, there's like 7 or 8 of them only. So that shows you that the playing conditions are
Pretty tough out
yeah,
there.
tough. There's something that's keeping them. These guys are really good. They if such few people are under par, that means there's something in the condition that's prohibiting them from shooting a low score. I love this new shot tracer, technology that they have, tracking the ball. Golf has gone, so far with all these new things. Divyanshu, a little more aggressive of the tee, pulling it a bit though. Oh, Prakash. Technically, it's sort of very Victor Hovland kind of golf swing. He just gets a bit inside and reroutes it back on plane. And he has this hold off left-right fades, but it's every time the same and really, really good rhythm. I was watching an interview of Adam Scott, who seems to have the best rhythm. So, sorry, the best swing on tour. And he says, the TV host was asking, how do you do this? How have you maintained your swing for so long like this? And he says, you can only do it through good rhythm. The better if you have good rhythm in your swing, you can maintain your golf swing. This is the group of Karan Pratap Singh and Rashid Khan and
Sanit
Sanit Bishnoi. 3 guys from last week who were battling it out at Grant Thornton. This is the par 4 9th hole. Sorry, second hole, par 3 second hole. Beg your pardon, that's the second wave. That was the 9th. Karan finding himself in a spot of bother. heavy handing it over the green. Sometimes you just have to take your medicine from tight spots. Sanit also just shot and left on number 9, taking no time. I really like his touch. He's a very confident young man. Sanit's sister Gorika, also a professional golfer. She plays on the WGAI, which is the Women's Golf Association of India Tour, and on the LET, which is the Ladies European Tour as well. The third member in this group, Rashid Khan, having played to the fat side of the green, leaving himself 40 feet. Lagging it up to perfection. That shows that his touch is very much there. Rashid coming up just short last week at the Grand Thornton Invitational at the DLF Golf and Country Club. Rashid 1 over today, 2 over for the tournament, and so is Karan Pratap Singh. Sanit, even par today. Par 4, 9th hole at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. It's a severe dogleg. Opting to use his putter. Like they say, as far as averages go, or your worst putt is always better than your worst chip. Screens seem to be a tad faster than yesterday. Sanit with his putt on number 9. Currently even par for the day. Saving par there, staying at even par. Karan. I just love the rhythm of this boy. It's almost the same for every club. He's gonna go places, Swami. He's got the calm demeanor of Adam Scott.
That's big praise indeed. And Adam Scott, a major winner, Masters champion, and of course, one of the great golfers.
And he's still playing well. He was,
Of course, he's coming back, and
he was in contention in both the tournaments down in Australia, during the Australian PGA and the Australian Open. He was in contention in both of them. And he's still got his distance. I was watching them play, and he was very much up there. I don't know how old is Adam now.
He should now be approaching 40s now, but I think he is a little over 40. Should be in his early 40s. Should be he should be about 42, 43. Turned 43 this year.
Okay.
Has quite a lot of successes to his name. 32 professional wins, 14 of them on the PGA Tour itself, including a major, the Masters. So he's pretty much solid. I mean, he's been there a lot. He's also had a tremendous amount of success on the European Tour, where he's won another 10 titles. So I would say that a hugely successful man. I mean, a 3-time Singapore Open, and I've seen him play a couple of times in the Singapore Open, and it used to be fantastic. And of course, I was very fortunate to be there on that rainy Sunday when he won the Masters in 2013, when he just kind of edged aside Justin Rose and Tiger Woods among the others. It was a very, very kind of a no, sorry. In the Masters he won against Anil Cabrera. It was the FedEx. No, the FedEx was where he beat Tiger Woods in the BMW. The Barclays, sorry.
Sakib, with his approach.
The golf course not yielding much today, not giving any great scores. Only 6 people are under par right now, and it's pretty tough going for all the guys out there. I mean, they are facing a lot of challenges there. So I think the moving day is actually a challenging one for all of them. Only 6 players in red numbers.
This is hole number 7, and I've played this hole. It's a really demanding one because it's about 440 yards, but you can't hit the drive off the tee because you get into that, and that ditch in front is about 100 yards long.
There you are. So here
you
is
have a high, like a long iron to a fairway metal of the tee, and then a long iron into the green, which is elevated and it doesn't hold on it, and just over the green is out of bounds. So you can't bring it in low either. You need to flight it up. And if you lay it back too far back with on your tee shot, it brings a lot of things into play. I can assure you that. So let's see how 7 has played today. It's let's see how many birdies it had today.
the lead group is on the 7th right now.
And 7 has yielded one birdie today, Swami, and he's yielded over almost 10 bogeys. So it's
almost a third of the field has had a bogey there so far. And it's a tough one. The lead group now on the 7th. Rahul Ganji not looking terribly happy with the way things are going. 4 over already, and in not a very happy position right now on the 7th either. So it's a tough day for the local man, Rahul Ganji, who shared the lead after 36 holes with rounds of 69 and 70, but seems to be struggling on the 3rd day. Then Om Prakash Chauhan on the top, holding his own. He's had 3 birdies on the 1st, 4th, and 5th, but dropped shots on the 2nd and 6th.
And it's just a few players under par today.
Just 6 players, Amit, to be more precise, and all of them they're just trying to hold on there. Of the top 6 so far, only 3 players, that is Om Prakash Chauhan, Veer Halawat, and Angad Chima, are under par for the 3rd day through the first 6 to 7 holes or 8 holes. So the going not easy for even the top guys. And here is Sakib again, not looking terribly happy, but I think he'd be very happy to get away with the par here.
Yeah.
There is Om Prakash Chauhan smiling away with his trademark T-shirt, which has got OP emblazoned over it. OP, of course, standing for Om Prakash. That is style. Kind of customized T-shirts with his own initials emblazoned on
Actually,
it.
I don't need to customize my T-shirt. I just need to buy Athletic Drive T-shirts. It's got 80 written on it. But yes, that's a very nice idea, actually.
It's also a mark of confidence. And I think this season, the way he's played, he's always been a consistent player, and the way this season has turned out to be for Om Prakash, I think it's tremendous, and I think he is really looking good, and I'm sure he's looking forward to getting to Europe next year. Meanwhile, we have Rahil Kanchi going up the slope on the green.
This is his home course. He knows this course like the back of his hand. Yeah, pretty decent chip from there. It's quite fast from there.
I'm not too sure if that was his third shot.
Third
I have
shot,
a
yes,
feeling.
it was on.
I think it was his fourth shot. He didn't seem too happy there.
Well, our leader has bogeyed one more hole. Okay, with this chip on number 7. Using his putting grip for his chipping, trying to take the wrists out of it. Looked like he just went a bit quick at it. You can see it from here. Rhythm is so important to control the distance of the ball. And you saw that he just was a bit quick, and he heavy-handed it past it's about 10 feet past the hole now. And it's got 10 feet left down the hill, left to right. Om Prakash, the only one finding the putting surface.
He'd be happy to get away with the par from here. It's not too. So this is his third shot. But for birdie, he'd be happy.
Par on 7 is like a
Short game.
It's a 4.5 right now. Par 4.5, that is. And
Oh, he almost birdied it. Stopped at the mouth of the hole.
he jumped to the front door and slept outside.
Knocked on the door, but couldn't get in.
Yep. All right, that's there's another saying in God: there's many a slip between the cup and the lip. Well, Sakib with that aim point technique, assessing what he's got left. I'm sure he's upset with himself, having left himself more than what he's left himself with. I'm surprised. I thought Ryan would come all guns blazing today. Akib with his par putt.
He'd be thrilled to get away with this par. So far, he has managed pretty well.
Came to the front door.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's
a great pass save by Sakib. It's as good as a shot saved. Absolutely, that takes some doing, to stay bogey free on a day like this when a lot of people are actually dropping a lot of shots. Our leader itself has dropped 2 shots so far in the first 7 holes. The drop shots came on the 2nd and the 6th, but he's also had 3 birdies.
Tagging up. I think just it more left to right than he thought it would. He actually hit it straight, so yeah, he misread that one. Little animated, and after that miss, that's typical Ryan. I was playing a tournament once and he hit it out of bounds and he says, "Did you see it?" I said, "It's gone OB." He saw it too. So, like, he gets really animated when he hits a bad shot.
Tough day for Rahil. Now he is 5 over through 7 holes, and that is something from 5 under to even par, and not even half the round finished. So he's going to be very, very upset about the way things are. Hopefully, with a tournament so tight like this, a few birdies here and there can actually bring him back into the frame, and I'm sure that's exactly his goal. Meanwhile, as we keep showing in action, there is Om Prakash Chauhan, as the leaderboard says. He's dropped a shot on the 8th. The leader dropped a shot on the 8th, and he's now 5 under and only 3 clean, 3 ahead of Veer Alabat, Udayan Mane, Angachima, and Syed Sakib, who is holding on to 3 under with 8 pars in a row. I think on a day like this, as I said earlier, when players are dropping shots left, right, and center, Sakib holding his own with a string of pars is indeed creditable. Just 2 shots behind, could this be the day when Syed Sakib Ahmed gets back to the winner's circle?
A few years back to on number 15, the par 5.
Only 6 players are under par. Chauhan, Ahlawat, Mane, Chima, Sakib, and Aman Raj. Only 6 in red numbers. The
That's
course really, really playing hard to get.
And going back to the former times and Feroz Ali winning it at 14 under, I remember that was like I think it was a 5-shot victory when he won, and he just Feroz Ali was so aggressive as a player. This is hole number 15, the par 5. To the Puri. By the way, believe it or not, Arjun Puri holds the course record at DLF, 63.
There you are. Great depth, great talent. Indian golf is really on
He
its.
holds that course record with none other than Shubham Krishnan. And he shot 86 and 63 to make the cut last year I think it was the Grand Fountain itself. Oh, that's score. See, I thought I read it wrong, but it was correct. So, coming back, I think it was a really resounding victory at 14 under with Firoz, if I'm not mistaken, at this golf course. And I was like, man, like how can someone shoot 14 under here? It's a really demanding track. So those are views of our hole number 9. Okay, this is our par 5 15th hole, the very reachable par 5. Seen a lot of birdies today. I think let's have a look and see how the par 5 15th has played today. Mami? Plenty of birdies, not many. I don't think anybody's bogeyed. Number 15 today.
The 15's seen a couple of bogeys, but that's pretty much lower down on the leaderboard. But amongst the better ones right now, the early ones, they've all picked a shot or two. But of course, there have been a few bogeys, but then that's understandable. So 15's been pretty much of a generous hole, affording a few birdies here and there.
This is Mari Muthu, who's under par today on our screen, playing number 15. He reminds me of his demeanor.
This is steel, and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something magnificent. Like the Burj Khalifa, the world's tallest building, 3 times the height of the Eiffel Tower. An iconic landmark where Tata Steel's Comfloor 80 composite floor decking has played a part, making it a triumph of human inspiration. Tomorrow shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel, we also make tomorrow.
The SRF match play.
Yes.
Well, we'd love to have a match play tournament again here on the PGTI tour. It's always great. It's always great fun.
And it's just it's much more nerve-wracking, I can tell you. Here with his lag putt on number 10. Sorry, 9.
This is the thing.
Prakash on your screen with his eyes, trying to get a feel of what the ball's going to do on the green. Rahil cozying it up. Doesn't waste much time. He has his it on the toe, Swami, and hits it off the center, very much like Brooks Koepka.
I think that's generous praises I've been seeing.
Our friend Jeev has his has the most indigenous golf swing I've ever seen ever on television, at least. And he, if you watch him address the ball, his club is open, it's off the heel, and he's saying, "Oh my God," and he hits it so good. He hits
See,
it
that's
so
the
good.
key. I mean, if it works for you,
And
you keep it.
And then Brooks also, he addresses on the toe and holds a shitload of putts on the golf course. And so, what works is what you take to the golf course. Now, you don't need to be perfect. You need to be efficient.
Get the shots in. I mean, you just need to get the ball into the hole. And no matter what route you take, the shots and the number of shots should be minimal. And I think that is the key. I mean, the essence of the game, they say beauty lies in the eyes of the beholder, and sometimes the beauty lies only in the scorecard.
Yep, couldn't agree more. There's no pictures on the scorecard, so it's all numbers.
And you love those circles, not the square boxes.
Yes, sometimes the triangles are even better than the eagles.
Triangles and sometimes double circles. Don't they have double circles?
Yeah,
also?
double circle. Some people like to put a triangle if they make a eagle, and some guys like a double circle when they cross-checking the scorecard with the scorer. That is on our scoring system. It gets darker red.
Yes.
That's the group of Amardeep Malik, Veer Alawat.
Talking of the darker reds, they've only had one eagle this entire third round so far, and it's come from Shivendra Singh Sisodia, who on the front line had 6 bogeys. He bogeyed the first 5 and then the 9th, and added yet another bogey on the 14th, and then picked an eagle on the 15th. So there's only one eagle so far on that hole today. This is the kind of a grinding day when anyone who makes even the smallest of things can actually gain a lot.
The group of Amardeep Malik, Veer Alawat, and Happy High playing number 10. We're missing the green on the right. It's a demanding hole 10. You've got to hit a fade off the tee, and it's like a narrow shoot throughout. Well, the golf course sticking out its flaws today. Not many under par. It's very scratchy. The only person having some kind of control today is Gaurav Pratap. He's 3 under today in the holes he's played, which is he's 3 under after 9.
Yeah, he started from the back line.
Yeah, so no, other than him, there's Pranav Martika. He's 2 under today. Arjun Prasad is 1 under. We have Marimuthu, also blemish free today. Swami, he's at 1 under, 1 birdie, all pars. Rahman having 2 bogeys and 2 birdies today, even par, 1 over for the event. Rahul Ganji backtracking today, 5 bogeys in the front 9. Lohan is also under par. He's had that solitary bogey on number 7 and 3 birdies.
The thing to keep in mind in a low-scoring event like this, where the course is also playing tough and demanding a lot, is that a couple of birdies on the run, or maybe 2 or more, can actually change the face of the leaderboard. With so little separating the leaders, there is only 4 shots between the first 6 players, and those are the only 6 players who are in red numbers. And I think that is the key. You need to hold on. You know that the course is playing tough today. Just make sure you don't drop shots, even if you can't gain any. And I think that will be uppermost in the minds of all the golfers today, at least. The golf course has not given away much at all.
Is they can't figure out the wind also. You can see the flag. And, the golf course, the holes funnel through the trees at RCGC. So getting, when you're standing on the fairway and you're checking the wind and trying to figure out which way the wind's blowing, and you look at the flag and it's quite, sometimes they contradict each other. So you're not very sure which way the wind is.
With the golf course being so huge as it usually is, the wind direction also changes in various parts of the golf course. It could be different on the front nine and different on the back nine. So it could even be different. The wind can suddenly change. It's not exactly the windiest of days, but the wind is also considerable.
Especially when we have very high trees here and it funnels, and you're always deceived by I've played here and I remember the best I played here is I reached the finals of the All India Amateur, and it was it's always it was always good to have a good caddy though. He would tell you exactly where the wind is because he used to. They don't get fooled by what's happening on the fairway. Amar with his putt on well hold. Amar having a pretty decent day today. Just a bunch of couple of bogeys and a birdie. Scenes of the 18th hole par 4 on the screen. The double dog leg par 4.
The scoreboard once again shows Om Prakash Chauhan taking his lead back to 3 shots from 2, which means when the scoreboard is up there, he picked up a birdie on the 9th, one of the few birdies there in the 9th. So he is pretty clear now of Veer Halawat, Angad Chima, Udayan Mane, and Sakyam.
We're Elawat tidying up there.
That was the 11th.
Another one player going under par today after birdieing 12 is Aryan Rupanan. He's 1 under today and par for the event, and it's in 7th position. So you can see how thick the rough is also, right? You have to really muscle it out from there. It's incredible up and down by Veer on the 10th. Oh, sorry, 11th. Amardeep with his version of the claw. His putter sets up like Min Woody, and his grip is like Tommy Fleetwood. That was Udayan Mane with his tee shot. Yeah, you can see him from a mile. He has a towering physique. Shot on 9th hole. A dog leg right to left. Next on the tee. Aman Raj with his tee shot. This boy, he goes after it like he doesn't back out of anything. He plays his personality on the golf course. The other golfer in this group is Chima. This is what number 11, the straightish par 4.
Vanes, it's been over 2 years since Udayan won a title on the tour where he has won 12 times. Keen to get back to his winning ways. Rohan Patil. He's played almost along the ridge there. Back to Aman Raj. This is not something that you would see very often. Aman taking off his hat now. Angad Chima.
Chima with his approach into number 11.
Angad has managed to keep his Card pretty clean, but except that this shot seems to slightly rolled into the rough between the apron and the bunker. Depending on the lie, it could be a tough one for him. Well, then Mane, after a splendid birdie start, has dropped quite a few shots on the 6th and the 7th, back-to-back bogeys, and a third one on the 10th. So from being 2 under after first 2 holes, is now 1 over after 10.
Yeah, it looks like it's a bit breezy. You saw his trousers fluttering a bit. But maybe it's just the trousers.
Oh, it is breezy out there in the middle. There is, as you just said a little while ago, some kind of tunneling effect, where there's a breeze under and between the trees. With all the clubs onto the back nine, the focus now is on trying to keep avoiding mistakes. They need to avoid any mistakes at that time because the golf course is taking a lot today. None of the players, most of the players have actually been par or above. Royal Kanji being the worst hit at 5 over through the front nine. Here is Aman Raj.
Aman is quite good with this short game. Using the bump and run. You can see how fast the greens are, Swami. It's we thought it was going to stop much closer than it did.
It's playing over 11.2 the stem today. Fairly quick by the standards of many of the golf courses in India.
And there's a lot of slope on these greens. So 11.2 with slope. And if you're on the wrong side of the slope, it's quite treacherous.
Seem to have very decently, but it's running away.
Yeah, it looked like it's going to. Yeah. You can see that with the Angad's chip as well. It's down grain. It's both have left themselves a good part of 15 feet.
But a tentative jab also would mean too much on the other side, too much on the too short.
Our leader, Om Prakash, seems to be steadiest of the lot. He and Angad are the only people under par. And Angad is looks like he's got his work cut out for par on number 11. So not sure that's going to stay, how the leaderboard is going to stay after this hole. Sakib, blemish free, all pass. He's 3 under, 3 shots back. Enjoying second position with Angad Chima. Yeah. With his putt on number 11. Coming up a bit shy. This,
Things not working out very well for Udayan so far after that fine start. Not getting the birdies rolled in. There is a bit of a slouch on the shoulders.
yeah, Angad has his work cut out to save par here. It's a bit from left to right. A little bit slow because it's a little bit coming back up the grain and the slope actually. Actually, a really good putter. Swami is, I've seen him over the years. One thing has been very consistent is his putting. Oh, that must have been really good too.
It didn't look good all the way down there, just below it.
Maybe the revolution of the earth. Sorry, rotation.
I'm sure Aman would like to say that.
With his par putt coming up on number 11. Yep. The beard has become a very popular amongst professional golfers. Almost everybody has a beard now. And so sometimes it's difficult to identify them. Just running out of steam a bit. Yeah, I was correct there. Left to right, uphill. Coming live from the SSP Chawrasia Invitational presented by Take Sports from the Royal Calcutta Golf Club in Kolkata.
Taking another look at the shots by Mane and now Aman Raj. There, see how fast the ball slips by. Just not easy to hold it there. As Amit was saying, the greens are rolling a bit faster than they did in the early for the first 2 days.
You can see that it looked like it would stop much closer than it did. Aman's chip. Only then you get Udayan, coming up the hill into the grain. It's a completely different speed. These are scenes of the 18-hole par 4 at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club. Your screen is that was Mandar Pratak playing along Shivendra Singh Sisodia and Arjun Puri. That was a first group of the first today.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
Amidst all the chaos, Syed Saqib stayed clean for the front line before dropping his first bogey on the 10.
Yeah. This is Rahil from the fairway on number 11. Rahil stopped the bleeding a bit. He's had 3 pars in a row, so you might see something turn around now.
I'm sure he wants to see a few red numbers on that scorecard. It's looking very, very dark and gloomy so far. 5 bogeys in the first 6 holes.
Yeah, this is not a pin that you want to get too aggressive with, though, Swami. This is one of the spins that you need to give a little bit of respect to. It's right up in the left corner. Like Owen used to say, on tough pin position, you hit to the center and to the corners. Akash Chauhan with his approach on number 11. Up close. Very good look at birdie.
Maybe what's separating Chauhan from the rest is that he's making fewer mistakes and just ensuring that he is in the fairways as far as possible and just kind of two-putting for birdie or for pars rather than take any chances. Yet, he did manage, the birdies when he had an opportunity. Considering he has been steady, yet it was a very rocky rock and roll on the front line. 4 birdies, 3 bogeys, and just 2 pars in the first 9 holes. So Om Prakash is hanging in there, making sure he doesn't fall off. This has been a rocky ride. But it keeps him on the top. He's consistent. He knows that he needs to hang on there. A very mentally resilient player.
You know, he's had such a good season this year. He knows how to get it done.
He knows how to get back into the game.
He knows how to keep himself in the game also. He's going to make very few errors. He knows he has the capacity to make a few birdies. So, and he's from what we've seen this season, he's been very patient. And I like his authority in his walk right now. Looks like he's very fully in control of himself.
So an interesting feature of this golf course is that you need to make sure that you take your chances here. Yes, there's only 2 par 5s, one each on the front and back 9s. There's also one less of par 3 on either side. So which means that there are not going to be too many eagles there. We've had only two today, and both of them have come on par 15, or par 5 15. The first was by Sisodia and the other one by Varun Chopra.
Yeah, fabulous approach shot there by Karan Pratap Singh. Playing alongside Rashid and Sanit. Can you imagine? And then this is the par 5 15th hole. It's having a little bit of a bad run right now. He's made 3 bogeys in a row from 10, 11, and 12. Ryle on your screen needs to stop the direction he's going in. Just a little bit over the back on number 9. Oh, sorry, number 11. Found himself behind the green quite a few times today, Tommy. He was over the back on number 7 as well. Also, you see, remember
That's another
Aman's
tough to
chip
come back.
running by, right? It's very similar. People have been misjudging the release on the green. I think it's much faster than it looks. A bit breezy also now.
That's a challenging par putt.
Yeah, Sakib just feet from rolling down, just over the back. Relatively easier chip compared to what Ryle had, and he's got a good idea of how it's going to release because he's just seen Rahel's ball release on the green. Again, choosing that putting technique for his chips, taking the risks out of it.
Still left it a bit short.
Yeah, it looked like he mishit it a bit, just wasn't a very
I think it's also a question of seeing so many others actually rolling it past. So he left it a bit short there. The big man continues to keep that gap going. In fact, more than that.
He's now the gap is widened to 4 strokes, and from the looks of it, if he makes this one, it'll be 5 strokes. So,
Well, the spring in the box is that it is a birdie putt there.
can I give this at least 70-30 to go ahead?
You're talking about the confidence levels right now.
Yeah, this guy, when it's scared,
Oh.
I thought it might have looked like he'd hold it because it was on.
You can't believe that it missed.
Yeah, because the grain is right to left. It should have moved a little bit left at the end. Yeah, so you see that he's indicating starting on the turn.
He's asking questions of the green. And the green is asking questions of the others.
With his par putt on number 11.
It's going to be a challenging one.
He's got some sort of read from he was up and out of it.
This is not Rahel's day. It just says, go away, go away. It's telling the hole to go away.
And in this place, you can see the fluttering of Syed's t-shirt. He's got his work cut out for par on number 11. He just bogey 10. So that was his first bogey of the day. So, before you know it, we have like a 4-shot gap between our leader, Om Prakash, and the trailing pack.
So it's actually a moving day. He's just moving away. His scores is just 1 under Om Prakash, but the others have actually fallen back, which means Om Prakash has moved forward without falling back.
It's going to be the last man standing this week.
One more day to go. Amit is ready to stick his neck out.
From the looks of it, Tommy, you see that you see that they're all
Even
getting
the steady
cold here.
Saqib is showing slight strains crack. That's
Yeah, from the looks of it, it's going to. Om Prakash looks to be in the driver's seat right now, but I had put my neck out a little earlier, and I had to take my words back at Grant Thornton when I said, "Son, it looks like he's got his hands on the steering wheel of that Skoda that was given to the winner last week."
another look at the chip by side.
I think he just missed
He
his
left it
mark.
too short, yeah.
He missed his mark by a foot. I think he wanted to land it on the green.
He landed on the green all right, but missed it by left it short by a long margin. And here we've seen today that 6 and 7 footers are not easy to hold. And there you see ever so slightly to the right.
I think everybody's misreading it, but Rahil knew he had missed it the moment he hit it. Looked like he overhit it a bit.
Anxiety.
Yeah.
Saqib drops a second successive bogey. Now he is dropped to 1 under, and Om Prakash Chauhan with his par stays at 6 under for the tournament, and Rahil has dropped his 6th bogey in 11 holes, and he now drops out of the top 10, and for the first time is over par for the tournament. Not an easy third day for the players out here at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club at the SSP Invitational presented by Take Sports, the 18th event on the Tata Steel PGTI Tour. We are nearing the end of the season with one more event in Jaipur and then finally in Jamshedpur still to come. 1 crore in Jaipur and 3 crores in Jamshedpur. Will the prize winning amounts at those two tournaments be enough to pull Om Prakash back? And if he continues the way he has today, it's unlikely, and he could well have tied up the order of merit with 2 events to go.
Well in Jaipur, by the way. He likes that track.
He's the defending champion there.
Rashid has put a move on now. He's birdied 3 of his last 4 holes, and he's at 2 under and 1 under for the tournament.
Which is what I've been saying. I mean, don't write off anyone in such a tight tournament. A string of birdies by 1 player or 2 players can change the leaderboard again, as it has. Rashid Khan, who knows a thing or two about winning on the domestic tour and on the Asian tour and more. So suddenly he's come back into the picture with 3 birdies on the 12th, 14th and 15th. He is 2 under for the day, 1 under for the tournament, and he's moved into shared fourth position with Mane, Aman Raj, and Sakib.
This is Rohan Tole Patil with his chip on number 17, the par 4 penultimate hole. Playing alongside Manu Gandas, our Order of Merit winner last year. Third member of this group is Abhinav Lohan. Hansen Khan having a good day. 200 today, even for the tournament season, find himself in the tie for 8th position, alongside Varun Chopra and Aryan Rupanand, who are both being 100 today. Six shots between the leader and 10th place. So it's pretty tight.
Absolutely, there's no question about it. Any hole here, a small mistake can actually cause a big swing in these kind of situations. Om Prakash Chauhan has shown that he's pretty steady, level-headed, is risk-averse, even though sometimes he looks aggressive, but I think he knows when to do what. I know the scorecard currently doesn't suggest all that about Om Prakash, who had a rollicking front nine, or rather a rock and roll front nine, when he had 4 birdies and 3 bogeys and just 2 pars for a 1 under front nine. And that's what he is, 1 under through 11 holes, but holds a 3-shot lead, despite Anka Chima having picked 1 on the 12th with a birdie.
Yeah. Well, golf course is wheeling its teeth today. It's not been very kind to anybody.
Golf courses are never kind. They give a lot and then they take away a lot. You respect the golf course, it might be generous.
Well, it's a strategy and a ball strikers golf course board. The RCGC. So it's you got to have a really cool head playing here.
While we are still following the action with the Manu Gandas there, the second round finished early this morning, and among the casualties was the host SSP Chawrasia, who missed the cut by 1 shot. He had rounds of 78 and 74, and he missed the cut by 1 shot. Amongst the others missing out was Shamim Khan, Adil Bedi, Kshitij Naved Kaul, Ashok Kumar, and the big one, Sachin Basoya. He also missed it by 1 shot. So this golf course actually proving to be a tough challenge for a lot of the big guys too.
Manu Gandas 2 over today. 4 over. Dropped him a further shot back to 5 over. Abhinav Lohan.
The man to watch out over the last 20 odd holes, that is 18 on the final day on Sunday and a handful of holes today. The man to watch out could be Rashid Khan. He's suddenly perked up, 3 birdies between the 12th and 15th.
and 4 birdies in the last 7 holes.
Absolutely. So he's obliterated after 5 pars and 2 bogeys in the first 7 holes. Rashid's turned on the screws with 4 birdies between the 9th and the 15th. And suddenly, he's emerged out of nowhere to force his way into the top 4, and he's now 5 shots behind Om Prakash Chauhan, but very much in the frame. On this golf course and in golf, you can never say anything till it actually gets over.
Yeah, that's the beauty of this game. So, as things stand right now, Om Prakash Chauhan finds himself at 600, 3 shots ahead of Angad Chima, who just birdied in 12, and he's 3 under. A further shot adrift is Veer Alawat at 2 under, and a whole string of players at 1 under, which includes Rashid Khan, Aman Raj, Urian Mani, and Syed Sakib Ahmed. Then at par is Avinav Lohan and Varun Chopra alongside Aryan Varan. That makes up the top 10 for this event right now. I'm cleaning up on the par 5 15th, playing alongside Shankar Das and Devanshu Bajaj. Devanshu, 2 over today, 2 over for the tournament. Started with the birdie, then had a string, 5 in a row, bogeys. Then stopped the bleeding with the birdie on number 9 and another birdie on number 11. So he's getting his form back.
Oh, the band-aid has worked. After the bleeding with 5 bogeys in a row, the band-aid that he put with a couple of pars then became better with a birdie, and it stemmed the rot with a second birdie.
That putt breaks quite a lot. I think he just misread that.
The greens are making the golfers sweep. Royal Calcutta. We just need a confirmation on that. News has just come by. A possible hole-in-one on the 13th by Udayan Mane.
So 2 birdies, 4 bogeys. Shankar Das getting baffled and on his own golf course by the
Shankar Das's return has actually been also quite creditable. He fell ill during COVID, didn't have much to do. He confessed that he was not in a great shape in terms of mentally and not too much golf going around. But for him to pick it up, pick the pieces up and come back, I think it's great. I mean, he's been one of our stalwart golfers on the domestic tour. There's some confirmation of sorts. Udayan Mane's hole-in-one puts him back into the frame at 3 under. Meanwhile, Angad Chima has dropped a bit. He's dropped a shot. He dropped a bogey on the 13th and fell back to 3 under and tied third along with Veer Alawat and Rashid Khan.
Yeah. So sudden change on the leaderboard. We would love to see that shot if the camera's taken it. This is the SSP Chawrasia Invitational 2023 presented by Take Sports.
We're coming live from the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, past 72 RCGC. As I was saying, one of the majestic golf courses. This absolutely stunning view shows you how difficult this golf course can be. Narrow fairways, a lot of trees and bushes, quite like the Delhi Golf Club. The two clubs at one point of time used to alternately host the Indian Open, but these days the flagship event of Indian golf is more often in the NCR region than in Calcutta. Calcutta has actually been one of the great venues or the great cities for Indian golf.
Yeah, so one more thing that our readers might not know is, our viewers might not know, sorry, is Tollygunge is also in the record books. It is the most used country club in the world. It has a whole string, which is just across the road from Royal Calcutta Golf Club. So, there's a lot of golfing in sports culture in Calcutta or Kolkata now.
Varun Chopra on the 17th.
Yeah, playing alongside Honey Basoya. Honey doesn't leave back anything.
And he's had quite a few top 5 finishes on the Asian Tour in the recent past, but it's been a mixed bag of results now of late. He did have
Also had some medical issues, told me. So he says, I was not well. I think it was during COVID again.
COVID took a toll of too many people. The fact that these boys are back again and battling for big prize purses on the Tata Steel PGTI Indian Tour speaks volumes about the resilience and the grit that they have shown.
All round today is still 3 under by Gaurav Pratap Singh. He's seen himself move up quite a few spots. He's in a tie for 18th now.
He must be rowing those first 2 rounds of 76 and 74. Say, with these kind of tight leaderboards, anything can happen.
Yeah, it's anybody's game right now. So everybody.
Lalavat. A very quiet young man, speaks few words, doesn't speak much, though I believe he is very funny amongst his own group of friends. I presume there is a private side and a public side. The public side is very quiet. Hardeep Malik now. Got it over the ridge, right in time, but still a lot of distance. This is the 15th hole. One that's been giving a few birdies. It also produced an eagle for Varun Chopra. A lot of the other guys picked up a birdie each. Shivendra Sisodia had an eagle earlier on, and now here is
the
Alawat.
The hole in one that Udayan is hat is on 13, and 13 is no mean feat, and it's almost 230 yards long. That par 3 and has water in play, so it's not one of the tougher par 3s that they play on tour. believe he used his 4-iron for that hole. For one of the old stalwarts that used to play, and he was very famous for hole-in-ones, was Muhammad Islam from Patna. He had quite a few holes in one. Sorry.
Talking about the ace this afternoon, it was on the 13th, and Udayan Mane, the big man, on the par 3 from 233 yards, used a 4-iron to get that ace and propel himself or zoom right into reckoning. He is now at 3 under for the tournament and 3 behind the leader, Om Prakash. So a 4-iron from 233 yards for a perfect shot.
Yeah, and it's just not a straightforward hole. There's a water hazard in front, so it plays 233.
After the kind of wreckage that he went through, I presume Mane was ready to swim, so he went over that and killed it.
As things stands right now, Om Prakash Chauhan, leader at 6 under. Udayan Mane 3 shots adrift at 3 under. Then we have Veer, Angad, and Syed at 2 under, and someone who you can never count out when he's around, Rashid Khan at 1 under.
Rashid has this habit, or rather this penchant for shooting low numbers over the weekend. That's when he goes all out. It's like all or nothing. He says, I'm not it wasn't a given putt. It was quite a sizable distance, almost like 8 to 9 feet. And I think Veer Alawat hit it perfectly. Right speed, right line, and the right result. See, the par 5 15 has been one of the holes where the players can hope to pick up a shot, and a good number of the players have actually done it. And I think that is what is the key here. I can see that most of the players, actually, there's hardly been any bogeys on here. Very, very few bogeys on the 15th. It's been a hole that the players have actually made use of today, on a day when the golf course has not been kind, nor generous, and very challenging to the players. Oh, the ball suddenly stopped. It looked like as if it ran into a speed breaker. And he can't believe it. Ran into a wall. Not very happy. No, don't throw away that club. You need it.
Yeah, just it's like when players just need to release it sometimes. It just Amar, you can see that he's a little frustrated with the way things are going right now. He started off really well, and then things have gone off track. He has his 3 over since the 8th hole, and 3 over today, and 2 over for the tournament.
That's Veera Lawat's wonderful putt. Take a look again. He has begun walking. I mean, there's quite some distance to go, and he's begun walking. He knows it's going to drop.
He did the was the gentleman on the PGA Tour who likes the Korean descent.
Kim?
No. He used to play on the Asian Tour, won the Order of Merit also on the Asian Tour. He now has shifted to live. He walks out of the putts. Kevin Na. He did the Kevin Na.
Yeah, exact Kevin Na. It's going in.
Yeah, Kevin Na is this happy knack of walking putts in.
So there is Veera Lawat's birdie, brings him to 3 under, and he's now tied second with Udayan Mane, who just a few minutes ago had an awesome ace on the par 3 13th from 233 yards with a perfect 4-iron shot.
This is the group of Rashid Khan, Karan Pratap Singh, and Sandeep Bishnoi playing the 17th hole. They started on hole number 1. We had a 2-3 start today. And can you imagine the 3 people who were in contention last week are playing third round together? What are the chances of that happening?
It's Rashid.
Rashid on number 17.
Oh, he's dropped it.
Looks like a bucket to him right now.
Rashid, look at that smile. And he's got that confident walk. No enthusiasm, no euphoria. He knows I'm made for this. He used to play a lot of video games during COVID, and he would often send me screenshots of what he was doing. The man kept his motivation up. He's a pretty emotional character.
He loves to play cricket.
And he's also a very emotional character. Doesn't hide his emotions at all. He speaks his mind, doesn't hide his emotions, and plays some terrific golf.
I love the way Karan Pratap hits the putter. It's so soft in his hands, and you can see the flow of the putter. It's really good to see. Just giving a little too much. Karan Pratap par for the day and 1 over for the tournament. Veera Lawat has joined Udayan at 3 under after birding number 15.
That was a great putt, very deserving of a birdie, and one of the few holes that's been giving out a lot of birdies today. And Sandeep Bishnoi also picks one. That smile, slide, listen, almost telling Rashid, listen, I too did it.
Yeah, Sandeep is.
And I think he probably needed it. Or rather, that was a par actually. I think, because I remember, yeah, okay, fine. That was a par, but he needed that par after 4 bogeys in his 5 previous holes.
That was Honey with his approach on number 18, and you can see Rashid in the background, ready to launch. Rashid doesn't hold back on his t-shirts. By the way, for some, Rashid hits a fair bit, but
Rashid doesn't hold back, period.
But for us viewers who don't know, Rashid can throw a ball at enormous distance, over 100 yards of throwing capacity in his arms. So you can see how much arm speed he's got.
Which reminds me, in the good old days, we used to have a competition in school called throwing the cricket ball. It was just a cricket ball, and you had to throw it as far as you could. Because it required a lot of strength in the shoulders, a lot of arm strength. It was an amazing test, very different kind of a test.
Yeah. So by the way, just coming back to it, and he's also ambidextrous. He can play really well left-handed, Rashid Khan. So when some of the research which has gone into how far can you hit, so it all simplified into the faster you can run, the higher you can jump, and the further you can throw is the further you'll hit the golf ball. And Rashid has that throwing capacity, and he's ambidextrous. That means he has a good good coordination in his body, because ambidextrity makes you use both sides of your brain. So coordination and speed, he has both. And coordination also makes you run fast, because you need to be coordinated fast. And generally, people who can run fast can jump high.
And people who can run fast would have 2 left feet.
It comes with no coordination. I just love this voice transition. He putts like he hits.
He's coming off a great win.
Yeah. Looking anxiously there. Look. Old stalwart Ranjit Singh. He needs to make some money to keep his card, otherwise he'll find himself going back to qualifying school. And he finds himself at, let's see, Ranjit Singh. He's 3 over today, 8 over the tournament, and 32nd place. So yeah, gets a couple of good paychecks to find himself keeping his card. I was talking to him at DLF after his round. He says, he missed the cut by 1 shot. He was saying, I don't think anybody has missed more cuts by 1 shot than me. I said, okay. So, he's like, I really need to play well next to make the cut at least in the next 2 events for me to avoid going to qualifying school, which is probably the most dreaded by players. This is Kalin Joshi from Bangalore, regular on the Asian tour. Very fidgety. Really good kid, pleasure to hang around with. Kalin. Not even having the week he wanted. He's 2 over today and 7 over for the tournament. Very unlike him. Narrowly missing out, so I guess the ball's not rolling in his favor. Yeah, finishing up there on number 9, having started from the 10th hole. Playing alongside Chikkarangappa and Ranjit Singh.
Ranjit Singh, the old war horse. Ranjit and his brother, they were always quite a pleasant duo there.
Yeah, Sony, what's his name now? Randir Singh Gotra.
Randir Gotra.
And we used to call him Sony Skinner. And Sony Skinner there's a funny story behind with him. The golf course for some reason didn't allow him to play for some time. And he told the committee that if you don't allow me to play, I will jump from the roof of the golf course. And they thought he was joking. And he wasn't. He jumped from the roof and allowed him to play, because he said, okay, this time nothing happened serious. And next time something serious will happen. Oh, there's some jockey Jack Wall running across his path, catching it a little fat on number 15, Angad Chima. Angad very much in the thick of things right now. Angad, even par today, 2 under for the tournament, 4 shots adrift. I'm sure he would love to have get that shot that he hit and hit it again. But no second serves in golf.
They call it a mulligan. And here is the big man, the ace man. Unfortunately, we couldn't bring you the actual shot of that hole in one. Now, he wouldn't mind a hole out from here, would he?
Yeah, it's good to see him play well. He's a really good player.
You know, this par five, if he can get another shot somewhere here, I mean, this could actually change his. No, just breeze past. I was holding my breath even while talking.
Yeah, that looks like that's he's confident for his birdie on number 15. And if he makes that and take him to 4 under, just 2 shots adrift there.
And then we know what can happen. Anything can happen.
Yeah. Trying to get a confirmation that putt that Rachit over on number 17, what it was actually for. Not sure if it was for par birdie.
It looked like a birdie to me because he was so confident. I mean, the walk sometimes gives you an indication of what it's going to figure as on the scoreboard or on the scorecard.
16 live feed 1 has Angad Chima with his birdie putt on number 15, longer than he would have wanted. And live feed 2 has Divyanshu Bajaj on hole number 17.
That's a lovely shot. The ball disappears below the ridge and then comes up as it does. It looks like as if it's the moon coming up from behind the clouds.
It's very similar. If you go to I was traveling through Kazakhstan and the road actually is very straight, but the car suddenly appears from underneath because it's in the steppes, right? So the road goes up and down, and you suddenly see the road absolutely straight and blank, and one car come up, and it looked like just like the ball.
And Premo, may I ask, what were you doing in Kazakhstan? Not playing golf, I'm sure. You had a holiday there.
Yeah, Diggy and I had.
Lovely place for adventure sports, isn't it?
Not adventure sport. My father used to work there, so we just said, okay, go and have a look.
Nostalgia trip.
Yeah.
Great, good stuff. So,
very unique part of the world, I would say. Like where each
it used to have
West.
It used to have a challenge tournament once upon a time in the Kazakhstan a few years ago, and then unfortunately, it's no longer there. Because I do remember, I think once Shiv Kapoor told me about the tournament. I think he went and played there once.
So it's a very different part of the world. It's like you think you're in Europe, but there's so much of Asia in it. Yeah, Shankar Das coming a bit short there on number 17, finishing up. And on the live feed 1, we have again, which looks to me like a birdie putt, which will take him 4 under. For tournament, just 2 shots of drift of our leader, Om Prakash Chauhan, who has parred all holes since his birdie on 9, still at 6 under.
Remember, that machine called Om Prakash Chauhan has that par 5 to come on the back 9.
On the live feed 2, number 17, and Udian makes short work of that small birdie putt on 15, and which takes him to Angad tidying up now on number 15 on the left of your screen. And that's Aryan Rupanan playing alongside Divyanshu Bajaj and Shankar Das. Divyanshu with the shortish par putt coming up. To give you an update on how people are playing today. Divyanshu today is having an indifferent day. He's 3 over today and find himself 3 over for the tournament after 15 holes, and this is him on number 17. Cleaning up for par, which will keep him at that score. Not many people under par today. Gaurav Pratap still has the low round of the day going at 3 under after 15 holes. Aryan Rupanand cleaning up on number 17. The dog leg right to left par 4. There's a tank that runs on the left almost throughout the hole.
Arun Rupanand's had a good opening season, still a rookie. Trains with the former pro, one of your colleagues, Tarun Sardesai.
That was Karan Pratap Singh coming up a bit short on number 18 from just right of the green. It looks like they've grown the rough quite substantially around the greens, Swami. This from the looks of it. I've seen a lot of players struggling to get any kind of control over their chips, and that generally happens when the rough is grown.
That birdie from Udayan Mane has actually put him in sole second place and 2 adrift of our leader, Om Prakash. So Udayan Mane, from disappearing off the frame with 4 bogeys between the 6th and the 11th, has emerged back with an ace on the 13th and a birdie on the 15th. That's how quickly fortunes can change on this challenging golf course at the Royal Calcutta Golf Club at the SSP Invitational presented by Take Sports.
We have Varun Chopra making a good run at it now. He's ties the low round of today's so far at 300, having eagle 15 and birdied 16, and he's 3 under for the day, 2 under for the tournament. So things change very quickly, especially when the track is as demanding as RCGC is. So if you have a few good holes, you make up a lot of spots.
And Varun Chopra, he's played 3 under today, and he's moved up from tied 11th after the second round to tied 4th so far. And here is Russian, another man making a move.
Yeah, looks like this is a birdie putt. We saw his drive finishing on the fairway earlier.
But it's a long one.
You know that he's trying to give himself a look at it. Actually, that's not someone who plays conservatively.
Oh, he doesn't.
That's Tappy Guy from the fairway on number 17. Tappy Guy, 3 over today, 2 over for the event. Really close there on number 17. Playing alongside Veer Alawat and Amardeep Malik. I remember when I started playing golf and as a youngster, and I went and played a professional golf tournament, and I saw Basid Ali and Ali Shea play, and there were other people there as well. Haider Ali.
Oh, yes, Haider Ali,
Khan.
yes.
Haider Ali, I can't remember. Asghar Ali and
The Ali and the Ali brothers, they were probably, there were 2 or 3 different families, Ali's, then there was Rafiq Ali and Firoz Ali, of course, brothers. Their of course, family name being Mullah. The entire Calcutta gang, there's the whole bunch of golfers there, all living close to the golf course. They used to dominate the golf course and play too.
So coming back to that, the watching these 3 youngsters play, Veer and Amardeep not so young, and Cappy Guy. Look at the change in physicality of the Indian golfer. I remember that time distinctly. I used to say, okay, why are these guys so overweight? But they were really good players though. And now you see the modern day golfer, especially in our countries. I've seen, and I go to an event and they all look like they're in good shape. So this game has changed a lot as far as staying fit is concerned. And earlier, I don't want to take anything away from anyone. We used to find a lot of wrappers of things that you should not eat on the golf course, and now we don't find anything. These guys are eating so healthy.
Well, they don't. We ate a lot of junk food at that time. But there's also a lot of awareness now. There's a lot of knowledge available there. People, I mean, who would have thought that golfers would be visiting dietitians and nutritionists and specialist doctors for everything? But they are, and they're reaping the benefits of it. Highly, very, very fit athletes, and they're hitting the ball a mile. They're able to focus a lot more. They don't get tired. I mean, golf can be a very demanding sport, as we were discussing earlier. So they don't tire out. Usually, when you see golfers tiring out, it kind of takes a toll towards the end in those last 3 to 4 holes. And on a hot day, especially in the subcontinent, that could actually be the difference. So I think that's part of the growing up of the golfers mentally. Not only have their skills and equipment, but also mentally they have matured. And I think being physically fit is part of that, awareness and growing up.
Yep. And you can see we're going through his routine and trying to assess where and how he wants to land this chip. So when it comes to chipping, the first thing you want to see is your lie, how good or bad your lie is, and then you decide what shot you want to hit.
The lie does not lie because it shows you what the truth will be.
Yeah, he's read this to perfection, Swami. It's pretty good from there. It was sitting down and it's all downwind and downhill. And Shankar Das going after that one on number 18, his approach. Pradeep Malik with his new found chipping technique. You can see there's a little bit of
and you can see his putter go down in frustration. Oh yes, he almost did. He did, just stayed away from the face of the cup. Just that wee bit. Didn't hold on to that line long enough. It is what it is.
So, somebody it looked like he really wanted to hold that chip, and rightly so. He's 3 over today and 2 over for the event. So he knows how important this is. Tomorrow is going to be the money end of things, and he knows how important
the
every
ball
stroke is.
Hasn't treated him very kindly today. Amardeep Malik is worth far more than the 3 over that he seems to have finished with. But I would say still there is one more day to go. And on a golf course like this, with a leaderboard like this, he could still make up some aces and go up. And of course, pick up some handy cash. And here is Veera Lawat.
And Divyanshu on live feed 2, playing 18. And looks like he started it a bit right. That's a really good up and down from where he was. Over the back is into the front pin or a downhill, downgrade. That's Veera Lawat showing us some good skills there.
These boys are good. These guys have done I mean, have taken Indian golf up a few notches. The quality of the domestic tour, I must admit, Amit, has been very, very good. Simply because, even in Asia, apart from Japan and Korea, there aren't too many countries which have such an extensive tour and with this kind of depth of talent. And I think Japan and Korea have always had a head start in terms of pro golf over India, but India's made some rapid strides. Thailand and Malaysia, you had a lot of stuff there before us, but the quality of Indian golfers is way, way high. In Thailand, you still have a few of the top golfers up there who are ahead of the Indians, but by and large, the average and the depth is pretty strong in India. It certainly is.
All
On,
thanks to a lot of people putting in a lot of effort into junior golf in our country. We have so many small local tours, and I'm associated with the US kids. And when we were kids, Swami, we hardly had any tournaments to play for.
Yes, you have tournaments to play for, and which also is giving you a pathway to various places as this ball.
This is
seems
Steel,
to be missing.
and this is an idea. What happens when we join them? Something fantastic. Like Pravesh doors that never age, that save our forests, or customizable artiphone wardrobes that match your personality and are redefining modern homes. Tomorrow is shaped by imagination and steel.
Tata Steel. We also make tomorrow.
He's been on a path, having part every hole since making his last birdie on number 9. This is the group of Aryan, Anand, Shankar Das, and Devanshu Bajaj playing number 18. You can see how thick the rough is, Swami. So he had to really jab at it and doing a pretty good job from there. Well, we're getting towards getting into the fag end of round 3 of the SSP Chawrasia Invitational 2023, powered by Take Sports from the spectacular Royal Calcutta Golf Club in Kolkata. This is the group of Aryan Anand, Devanshu Bajaj, Shankar Das on your screen. Shankar Das a fair bit out. On live feed 2, we have our tournament leader Om Prakash Chauhan with his putt on number 15, the par 5. I'm not sure what that is for him, but we will get to know shortly. Playing alongside Syed Saqib Ahmed and Rahil Ganji. Rahil Ganji having a dismal day today. He's found himself 7 over today and 2 over for the tournament, having started the day at 5 under. In joint lead with Om Prakash Chauhan. Syed Saqib Ahmed having parred the first 9 holes, made a couple of bogeys on 11, 10 and 11, then birding 12, and then giving it back immediately on number 13. Syed Saqib with this putt on number 15, the par 5. Anju with his birdie attempt on number 18. Saqib has actually putted quite well today. In the seat block there. Devanshu Bajaj with his birdie attempt on number 18. Divyanshu 3 over today, 2 over for the event. Got 3 over for the tournament. Rahil on number 15 on live feed 2. Divyanshu cleaning up for his par on number 18 on the left of his screen. Rahil finally making one, and you can see from the expression that this it's almost.
And he says, I'm still around.
Yeah, I mean, this is more out of frustration than anything. All right, finished strong. Cleaning up on number 15. Looks like he's hit the green in 2 because, you acknowledge, and normally nobody would say good par on a par 5. Would generally say good birdie, right? Or a short par 5. So I'm not sure what that was for, but it looks like he's birdie number 15. Our leader, Aapko Rakhe Aagey.
He should have, because I mean, considering that everybody has, it should be a birdie putt there. Should have been a birdie.
18. Under the 4, 1 under for the tournament. And Pradas, the number 18. Looks like the wind has died down. Swami. So crucial to hit the putt at the right speed to pull a putt. So let's go back, and so we have the low round today so far by Varun, Chopra, and Rashid Khan. We have actually that's 3 under today. Not Gaurav is Pratap Singh is also 3 under, but he hasn't finished playing yet.
Om Prakash, like all others, did get that birdie on the 15th. That was a safe birdie one. He did have an eagle putt, of course, but still a 2-putt birdie there on the 15th makes him 4 ahead of Udayan Mane, who also had a birdie on that hole. It's been a series of birdies on that par 15, the most generous of all on the third day. Om Prakash Chauhan, Mane, Alabat, of course, all, and Rashid picking up birdies, and Varun Chopra, of course, had an eagle. Aman Raj also, Aman Raj, Karan Pratap, Mari Muthu. I mean, though the guys who actually missed out a birdie, like say Angad Chima, must have felt a bit cheated. This was the hole where everyone thought that they would get a shot on. Also, Aryan Rupanand also had just a par. Syed Sakib and Abhinav Lohan also part that hole. So very, very few, if any, bogeys came on that hole. It was all birdie all the ways. Only K. Prabhakaran, the Sri Lankan ace, the Sri Lankan man, dropped a shot, as did Irfan Ali Mola, son of the legendary Firoz Ali, and Muniappa. Muniappa also, no, Muniappa did manage that birdie there. Dhruv Shoran also had a birdie there. So I mean, most of the people out there actually did manage to get birdies, etc., on that one. So anyway, the thing is, 15th was probably one of those holes which handed out a few birdies. Unlike the many others, the Royal Calcutta Golf Club, extremely challenging and playing hard to get today. Not too many low scores. Varun Chopra and Rashid Khan finishing at 3 under, 2 of the best cards so far received. And of Gaurav Pratap Singh also had a 3 under. He shot a 3 under 69 for the day, and 69 was the score for both Varun Chopra and Rashid Khan. Both of whom moved up and are tied together at 4th place with totals of 2 under each. And they are 5 behind the runaway leader, Om Prakash, who still has 3 more to play.
So, coming back to that Royal Calcutta Golf Club just has two par fives, and you can see both number 4 and number 15 have play below their par, and it's so important for pro golf as far as scoring is concerned. Pro tournaments, the par fives are holes that professional golfers really look forward to, and just has two of them out here. So that's why you can see that the scoring is tougher in RCGC.
Ahmed, I mean, you paid me pretty high compliments earlier on in the day, saying that I've been to a lot of bigger tournaments. Most of the top players always say when they come back, if they come back with a good round, or if they don't come back with a good round, the reference is always to par fives. I played the par fives well. I picked up so many shots, or I didn't pick up so many shots. At the latest Hero World Challenge, where Tiger Woods made a comeback after almost 7.5, 8 months, his first reaction on each of the 4 days was, I didn't play the par fives well. And the Albany course in Bahamas, where he champions, he hosts the tournament, it has 5 par fives. So if you don't get them,
You got to lick your chops.
yes,
Par
and
five,
that
par
was
fives are like 3
yes,
fives.
exactly. So
Very
everyone goes for that. The par fives are where you get all the shots, and the smarter ones or the better ones even pick up an eagle or two. So that makes a huge difference. And so this why. So coming back to RCGC, 2 par 5s, you better use them, because he who uses them runs away further.
I couldn't agree more with you. And I'm just looking at the scores today. The par 5 fourth hole has had only 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 bogeys in total, and had a ton of birdies. Okay, and if you go to the par 5 15th hole, it's at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right, no bogeys as so far as I see it. There's just 1 bogey, 2 bogeys, 3, 4, 5 bogeys, and a ton of birdies and 2 eagles as well. So you can see it's played way below its par, and that is how you do get your scoring down in a tournament. So if you see the high scoring in this event, is one of the things attributing to it is the fact that Royal Calcutta Golf Club has only 2 par 5s.
And I would just to add to your point, of the top 10, or rather the top 11 players, because Abhinav and Karan are tied for the 10th spot, only 4 players out of the 11 actually birdied both the holes. Om Prakash Chauhan, of course, did that. Udayan Mane missed out a birdie on the 4th, but he had a birdie on the 15th. He also had an ace on the 13th. Veer Alawat birdied both. Varun Chopra birdied the birdie the 4th, and eagle the 15th. And Aman Raj had a birdie on both of them. So these were the 4 players who actually picked up shots or ended these 2 holes with the gains of either 2 or more. So that actually makes a lot of difference, which is why we see Varun Chopra shoot up to the top, or rather shoot up higher up on the leaderboard, and he could reap the benefits tomorrow of that.
Yeah, Veer Alawat with his birdie attempt, having found the trees on the right and played his approach very skillfully to the center of the green. Long, languid putting stroke, resembling his physical stature
and his growing stature in golf. He's secured himself a place in the a spot, or rather a card, for the Asian Tour. Also next year, he plans to divide his time again between the Indian and the Asian Tours. So this is one young man who could actually be going up and up.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
And there is always a lot to play for, on the Indian Tour.
He's got a good attitude. You see him, he doesn't look flustered at any point. I remember watching him play in Grade 1 earlier this year, and I was doing the commentary there as well. And he had a couple of bad holes, but there was no expression.
Amit, also there is a significant amount of incentive on the Indian Tour, apart from the money and a few ranking points. Of course, that's again a debatable issue. But I think the big incentive is of the money, and the second big incentive is the strategic alliance between the Tata Steel PGTI Tour and the DP World Tour and the PGA Tour is that the winner of the Order of Merit gets a full card into the DP World Tour and a passage into all the big events, all the moneyed events on the European Tour. And I think that can actually change their lives. Like Manu Gandas this year and Om Prakash Chauhan will be seen on the DP World Tour next year. And with that, the reintroduction of the Challenge Tour events in India. Last year we had two, and I believe there's going to be two again this year in 2024. With possibility of one of them being in the NCR and the other in Bangalore. So I think that is going to be a huge incentive for these boys. You win one of them and then you do well for the rest of the season, you could be on that plane to European Tour.
Yeah, I remember the first ever Challenge Tour event that happened in India happened at Kensville.
That's right.
And I think it was our major champion, Brooks Koepka.
No, Koepka never won it.
Did he come?
Yes, he came. He played it. Peter Uline, Brooks Koepka played in it. In fact, in the third round, Brooks Koepka and Shubhankar played, who was also playing his first. He was playing his rookie season, and it was actually his professional debut. And years later, I asked Koepka about it, and he says, "Yes, I do remember." And he was actually made to, take a ride in a three-wheeler auto, and he called it tuk-tuk. And he says, of course, I remember it. It was awesome. And so did Peter Uline. There were three great, juniors coming, or rather young stars coming up, Koepka, Uline, and Dodge Gamer. Dodge Gamer still plays on the Asian Tour, but the other two have gone ahead, and so has Shubhankar. So the initial years, I mean, the Indians did pretty well. Gaganjit Buller won it once, and Peter Uline and Gaganjit apparently are still in touch with each other. And Shiv Kapoor won it once.
I stopped playing competitive golf, as in I wasn't playing much on the tour anymore. And there was this qualifier for that. That's how I remember that tournament. I have a qualifier in our golf club for that one sport. It so happened to have won it. And so the sad part, I felt sick and didn't actually go and play it.
Oh, that's they call the luck.
Yeah,
Sometimes the luck goes with you, and sometimes it doesn't. Well, anyway, congratulations to you, Amit, for a wonderful performance by your young trainee, Zara Anand, who's still so young and has finished runner-up in as prestigious a tournament as the All India Amateurs. She lost to the much-established Vidhatri Urs in the final, which was played today in Pune. And I can tell our viewers that Amit had 3 eyes today, 2 on the matches going on in Kolkata, and 1 in Pune. He was constantly looking at the scores on his handheld on his mobile phone and constantly in touch. So anyway, congratulations. Well done, Amit.
Yeah, actually,
I think
last 2 days have been kind of my student Arav Isha, who has played on the PGA a few times, won the amateur tournament. He's 16 as well, in Kanhar yesterday by 6 shots.
So there you are, good amount of success, and I think your kids had some success at the US kids also. So a lot of good results for Amit Dubey this week, and as we await some more good results from Kolkata, from Om Prakash Chauhan, Udayan Mane, Veer Alawat, Varun Chopra, Rashid Khan, Anka Chima, who between them hold the top 6 positions currently. A couple of holes still to finish on the third day, the moving day, at the SSP Chawrasia Invitational presented by Take Sports at the iconic Royal Calcutta Golf Club.
Yeah, iconic is the right word, I think. Angad on number 17. Tidying up. Takes him to his last hole of the day. I really like the 18th hole. It's a really, you can have almost see. So if you see those palm trees, they're called Jeff and Mutt. There are 2 palm trees on your right of your, on the left of your screen, but to the player's right as they look at the fairway. And you kind of bend it around Jeff and Mutt to find the fairway.
That must be an interesting story there.
I don't know the story, but like there's always stories to hazards and trees. Like we had in Coimbatore, the two twins, also three sisters.
The
or
three
something,
sisters.
yeah?
And then you have the tree on the 18th or something, the Chandigarh Golf Club, which gets hammered all the time.
It takes a lot of beating. And there's a very famous golf course on the PGA Tour. It's called Torrey Pines. And
Oh, yes.
last hole there's a water hazard. It's called Devlin's Billabong.
Devlin's Bellamont, yeah.
And then there's a tree on number 15 there, which is really wide on the right of the fairway. I played there as a junior there. So it's called Stadler's tree. He got stuck behind that one. Craig Stadler, he's a Masters champion.
This is the 18th.
Mm-hmm. Wiry frame of Angad Chima. Pulled it left a bit, asking for it to work itself back. Not sure whether the ball is finished up. And then left of the tee, then the trees on the left come into play, which you need to keep under, and then you have to hit it over the rough on the left, and then onto a really hard, fast green. He's got his work cut out. Aman Raj on the tee now, number 18. Aman Raj 1 over today, 1 under for the tournament in 7th position, tied with Aryan Rupa Anand and Syed Saqib Ahmed.
Now, Aman's just come off a birdie. He's 2 over for the day now, as is Udayan Mane. Both of them dropped a shot each on the 17th. So we'll be hoping that the fortunes bring them something better on the 18th. They dropped a shot each on the 17th. Not the best of things to kind of do right at the end of the day after having done such a lot of hard work. So Udayan Mane has had quite up and down a roller coaster ride today. He's had a bunch of, he started the day with a birdie, then moved on to bogey on 6 and 7, had again bogey on 10 and 11, and then had an ace on 13, a birdie on 15, and a bogey again on 17. That's quite a bit of a ride. I hope he's all right today. His back might be hurting.
Yeah, he must be spinning. Busy with the ride.
With the wheels of fortune. Alas, the wheels of golf, you mean.
Yeah, we're here and on with Mr. Golf, as I call him, P. Krishnaswamy, famous golf journalist, India's most prominent one. And we are at the Take Solutions SSP Chawrasia Invitational 2023 from the iconic, as Swami says, Royal Calcutta Golf Club.
Even though I lived most of my life in Delhi, the first Indian Open that I saw was actually in Kolkata. I'd never been to an Indian Open in Delhi till I first went to see Ali Sher in 1991. Just before that, a couple of years before that, I saw the Indian Open for the first time in Calcutta when I had gone to visit my relatives, including my maternal grandmother. And that was the first time I actually saw the Indian Open. So the RCGC holds a lot of great memories for me.
My first Indian Open, I remember I was a junior and, they had this Monday qualifier, which I entered for. And I birdied the last 2 holes to make it and actually played the 91 Indian Open.
Wow.
So I didn't know how big that tournament was till I got to the first tee. And like, oh God, this is
Sometimes
big.
maybe it's good that you don't know how big it is.
I just wanted to get off the first tee and find my ball. That's all. Because I was just wanted to get out. I think I just hit an iron off the tee from what I remember. And I said, okay, let me just get out of here because there's too many people watching me. And it was quite overwhelming for someone who had just, my father was young, but not exposed to so many people playing golf or watching golf anyway. This is Syed Saqib Ahmed playing his approach into number 17.
He was quite a prolific winner as a junior, Syed Saqib. hasn't translated that into the number of victories into the professional tour, but still a very, very talented young man.
One spectator was enjoying the snooze. So this is our tournament leader, Om Prakash Chauhan, from the left side of the fairway on number 17. Looks like he's hiked it left a bit. Yeah, was a bit quick there. Very unlike Om Prakash.
He still should be able to get a two-putt.
Ryan from center cut. He's had 2 birdies in a row, Swami. He's back to 5-0 for the day. He might just finish with a flurry. And he's eyeing it down. He's got Dada Dominic right now. Yeah, looked like he's made a good swing on that as well.
He's going to get a look.
Maybe half a club short.
Half a club short, but he's going to get a look at the birdie possibility.
He walked after it. He guy played it.
It's a bit long. It's a bit of a distance, but
it's a
but when you're on a roll,
yeah,
then suddenly the putting distance seems much lesser than it is. Here's Aman Raj on the 18th fairway.
Yeah, he's got this very distinctive, ritual or pre-shot routine, as you say.
Yeah, because what can be more distinctive than what can be more distinctive than his hat?
Yeah, that's
the man with the hat.
Shingo Katayama was called Cat with the Hat, right?
Well,
I remember my friend Dick.
Even his handle, actually, social media handle is
our friend Dick.
Yes.
Him saying this in one of our previous commentaries. Odian Mane looks like he's got a bit of a flyer, Swami. Coming out with a lot of steam there. Yeah.
Oh,
he was knocked our camera out.
He wants to be on camera, but certainly he doesn't want his golf ball to be under the camera tripod.
Okay, when you come out of the rough for our viewers, it's the grass between the ball and the club cuts down the spin on the ball, and when it travels faster in the air, generally it travels a bit lower also because the spin keeps it higher in the air. So when it hits the surface, since there's no backspin or little backspin on it, it releases much more than a ball coming from the fairway where there's no grass between the blade of the club and the ball. Or a flyer or a jumper. Om Prakash. He's coming from the left side of the fairway. Had a really nice look at that flag, which is on the front right. He had a little bit of a hanging line and just pulled it a tad.
I love his style. I love his style of wearing a shirt emblazoned with his initials OP on the weekends, and he's made it his signature.
I remember, once watching, I think it was the Johnny Walker Classic at DLF, and Ian Porter had come. And that time he was sponsored by Johnny Walker, and it was right. He had this Johnny Walker logo in crystals on the right at the bottom of his trousers. And I thought that it was really, fancy. Fancy.
So there it is, Om Prakash laying his putt, ensuring that he doesn't top a shot and gets his par putt of the 17th at least. Mm-hmm. So he should tidy that up for his par on the 17th and stay 4 shots ahead. With Udayan Mane dropping a shot on the 17th, the previous hole, the gap between him and Om Prakash increased from 3 to 4.
After doing everything he's done today, still in the top 10.
That's it. That's a tight scoreboard. So we have only 8 players in red numbers. 8 players in red numbers at 1 under and another 4 players at par.
seventh position right now. Seventh tied is at 1 under, which is Aryan Rupanand and Said Saqib Ahmed.
And Saqib is on live feed 1 on the left side, and Udayan Mane on live feed 2 on the right side. Bump and run from the big man leaves it still very short.
Saqib with a really good look,
Oh.
narrowly missing.
Narrowly
You can
missing.
see Lyle
Lyle smiling.
saying,
I think it hit the flagstick and kept going.
you know,
That's why Saqib is saying, how did it stay out? I mean, hit the stick.
Yeah.
Lyle, can't you do something
Yeah.
about it?
You know, it looked like he had really.
It actually hit the stick and still kept going straight.
You know, you can do everything correctly and still not get the ball in the hole. That's the beauty, or one of the things this game teaches you, that you know you need to take whatever comes your way. Angachima on the live speed 2 on the right of your screen, playing number 18. Rahel giving a really nice roll, looking very intently. Maybe misread it a bit. Yeah, ran out of steam a bit. Angad from the right of the green on.
Life with Vedika, always full of altitude.
From the 18th of Mari Muthu, and another one from Akshay Sharma. So in the first top 20 odd players, only 2 of them actually managed again a birdie from the 18th.
We have one from Chikrangappa as well, on number 18. Well, he didn't have a very good day today, but he did birdie number 18, which is has proven to be one of the challenges today.
Chika opened and closed with a birdie. Oh, no, he didn't. Sorry, I mean, Chika actually began from the 10th today, I remember.
Yeah.
He opened with a double bogey, and he had another double bogey in par 5 fourth. So that wasn't a terribly happy day for him. But he did have birdies on the 18th and the 1st, back to back.
Low round today is by Udyan, beg your pardon, Varun Chopra and Rashid Khan, 3 under. Gaurav was 3 under, playing with 3 holes left, but he's finished with a double bogey on number 7 and a bogey on 8, and then par number 9 to finish at even par. So he looked like he was going to go a little deeper today. Lunch would not taste that good, finishing like that. Oh, I don't know. This is way past lunchtime today. Aman Raj with his putt on number 18, giving it a good roll. Mane has Kester coming up for his par on number 18 to stay at 3 under in joint second, along with Veer Alawat, who has finished at 3 under. We have our leaders coming to the tee on the last hole today. And on your screen, the live feed too is Syed Saqib Ahmed, who finds himself at 1 under for the tournament in joint 7th position. And Udayan Mane trying to tidy up on number 18 with his par attempt, which will keep him at 3 under, 4 adrift of our leader. Slipping that one out. Maybe just had a bit too much steam on it. lot of big bouts today, Swami. Been a lot of narrow misses today. Maybe just the speed of the green, which has become faster from the first 2 days, and largely due to the rain that we had on day one. So I guess I would say these streets. I will take Udayan back to 2 under and 1 over today. He has had a bit of a roller coaster. Aman Raj with his par putt on number 18. Aman Raj currently 2 over and even par for the tournament in a tie for 9th alongside Abhinav Lohan, Karan Pratap Singh and Rahil Ganji. A little bit of a read from Udayan's putt. Yeah, confident.
That's another man who rode a roller coaster today. 2 birdies and 2 bogeys on the front 9, and then 4 bogeys and 2 birdies on the back 9. On a bit of a roller coaster, 2 over for the day.
Yeah, we had everybody's had a little bit of a roller coaster except our leader Om Prakash Chauhan, who also had a roller coaster in the front
On
9.
the front 9, but he has been steady as a rock on the back 9. Once he was through with those 3 bogeys in the first 8 holes, he's been pretty steady. A birdie on the 9th and the 15th, and he's parred all the rest. He's got the 18th left to complete the 3rd day, and as of now, he has a 4-shot lead and a 26 lakh rupee lead on the order of merit.
Yeah, we have just 3 players remaining on the course now. Our leader group, which is Om Prakash Chauhan, Syed Saqib Ahmed, and Rahil Ganji. Om Prakash Chauhan very much in the driver's seat right now, but 4-shot lead over Veer Alawat. And
the scoreboard will be
5
updated soon, or then Mane will drop to 2 under after that bogey on the 18th.
That will bring 3 under. 2 under and Rashid into a tie for 3rd. I wonder where Rashid started today.
Rashid actually shot a 69 today, and he moved up pretty solid from he moved out. He was pretty much low out there, and
Rashid has moved up 8 spots.
Yeah, from the 11th.
The big movers, we have Akshay Sharma moving up 13 spots and Shaurya Binu as well. Pranav Madhika, the biggest mover today, 22 spots up, shooting 1 under. So in the middle of the pack, if you have an underpass score, you should have quite a few spots. And on our screen is Rahil Ganji playing his 2nd shot into number 18. Rahil having got off to a really dismal start, and with being 5 over in the first 9, and then having 2 more bogeys in the back 9 till he finally made a birdie on number 15, and he backed it up with a birdie on 16 as well. So he's 5 over today, even par for the tournament, and joint 9th place. Yeah. Let's see how he's got his mojo back. He's done that so many times.
This is called a commentator's jinx.
But we've seen him over the green so many times today. We saw him over the green on number 11. We saw him over the green on number 7, and now he's over the green on number 18. I think he's hitting it a little further than he wants to.
Anxiety.
Charged up, maybe. Yeah, he's not happy with what he's done.
There's Om Prakash Chauhan, our leader. His 2nd shot into the green. Let's see if he lands it there on the dance floor.
It did, and
It
also
did,
goes over the
but
back of it.
well, still on the slope. He
And, you know,
needed all his skill to get that up and down for the
he's pulled it
bar.
a bit, so it's the pull goes a bit longer than you because you deal off the club a bit. But Ryle did not pull it. I wonder if he's got he's still hitting it a bit further, right, with his irons. The third member of this group, Syed with a little bit of tree trouble, number 18.
Saqib had a very solid front nine, 9 pars in a row. But his back nine, within the first 4 holes, he had 3 bogeys and a birdie sandwiched in between. So, I mean, it's been a very steady start, front nine, and then a little bit of an up and down on the back nine. Still, he is there in the tied 7th place with this fine hole coming up for him.
Yeah, he's in a good spot. He's just off the green on the right, and it's pretty straightforward, up and down for his par. You could actually, it's pretty makeable as actually.
So, our leader group for the third day coming onto the 18th green, and it includes our runaway leader, Om Prakash Chauhan, at 7 under through 17 holes on the third day. After rounders 70 and 69 on the first 2 days, he is one of the only 2 players who had under par rounds on the first 2 days, the other having been Rahil Ganji. But Ganji is dropped today, and Om Prakash stays up there. So he'll probably, at the end of today, he'll be the only player with the first 3 rounds in red numbers.
Yeah, that's fabulous at Royal Calcutta. For those viewers who don't know, Royal Calcutta is measures at over 7,300 yards in length, and
Can play a bit longer if it's heavy.
Yeah,
if it's up to rain.
Yeah, and we had rain the first day, which delayed play. As a result, the second round finished today in the morning. And also one of the idiosyncrasies of RCGC is that it has only 2 par 5s and 2 par 3s, unlike other par 72 golf courses, which has 4 par 5 and 4 par 3s. So scoring on golf courses, on this golf courses, has generally been very difficult over the years. Prakash with a pretty straightforward chip on number 18 to establish par. Yeah. Not sure. I think it's Ryle to come first, and he's also over the back. Ryle has a little tougher shot because he has lesser green to play with than Om Prakash Chauhan. You have to land this off the green and one hop it. And let's see. Just maybe a tad, maybe a foot.
The greens carried, and
Missed the
then
spot
it
by a
went
foot.
over that small ridge and traveled another couple of yards further.
He could land it just off and one hop it, and he just misses spot by maybe 6 to 8 inches. And those are the margins when you play and you have championship golf and you have tight pin. When you miss it, you have very small margins to land your ball on. And but Om Prakash is relatively easier. He's got a little more green to play with and a little more uphill as a chip. So you can see he's coming from the right of your screen. So he's more up the hill than Rahil was. And uphill chips you can be a little more aggressive with. Saqib, the next to play, he likes to chip with his putting grip. Play it like a putt, get it rolling as soon as possible. Yeah, this looked like a much smoother action than what we've seen in the past today. Yeah, pretty well played. We saw this earlier, Arjun Prasad having the same putt on number 18. It moves a bit from left to right at the end. The last in this trio, chipping on number 18, Om Prakash Chauhan, a leader. This is just routine for him. He gets more aggressive with it. Maybe just a little more aggressive than he would have wanted to. So all three have their work cut out.
It's not going to be a. No, I think Om Prakash probably will have to go first. Or will it be Rahil?
No, Rahil will go first. He will, Om Prakash will mark it. He will have a really good look at how Rahil's ball is going to react on the green, and then he'll have a really good idea of how the ball's going to turn. That's how it's going to play off, because I would do that. But Rahil, we've seen this part. We've seen that other players putting earlier. This moves left, right at the end, and seen a few misread it. Let's see if he's better than most at reading this part.
It's his home turf. It's the place where he grew up, along with the likes of Arjun Atwal, Simi Mehra, the champion of women's golf in India, one of the first trailblazers of women's golf in India. And Rahil Kanji, of course, grew up here, but now lives in Bangalore.
Yeah, straightforward. Little bit from his left. Needs to keep the speed up. This is a little slower putt than usual.
Yes, it drops confidently.
Yeah. Well done, Ryan. At least he's stopped the bleeding towards the end.
That's right. The satisfactory finish there right at the end with birdies on 15 and 16 and pars on 17 and 18. He is 5 over for the day. Drops from 5 under after 3 rounds to even par for 3 rounds. After 2 rounds, sorry.
What's this? This card is already ready to hit.
Yes, he drops his par too. So it's a par finish for him. Om Prakash stays at 2 under for the day and 7 under for 3 rounds. Holds a 4-shot lead over Veera Lawat, who played his third round in 1 under 71. And he is 3 under, sole second place. The tied third place is shared between 4 golfers. Varun Chopra, who had one of the 2 69s of the day, and he shot 69 to get to 2 under, helped by that eagle on 15 and birdie on 16 for a 69. Rashid Khan had a fantastic run between 12th and the 17th with 4 birdies for his round of 69, and he is 2 under, tied for third alongside Varun Chopra. And also in the tie, Udayan Mane, who began with back-to-back bogeys, went on to have back-to-back birdies. He began with back-to-back birdies, then back-to-back bogeys.
I wish we could tell him this is going to break a little bit from left to right at the end. Saqib, just
call him up.
Yeah, just left center, buddy. Left center, and say left center was the line.
The lip and the cup. So that's a bogey finish for Syed Saqib. A pity, because he played so well and steady on the front nine with 9 pars. So we have 3 players tied for third: Varun Chopra, Rashid Khan, Udayan Mane, and Angad Chima, who shot an even par 72. They are all at 2 under. Aryan Rupanand, who is now going to be alone in the 7th place at 2 under after his round of 70. Syed Saqib will drop to tied 8th. His round 3 over for the day, 75. So he will be 8th alongside Abhinav Lohan, Karan Pratap Singh, Aman Raj, and Rahil Kanji.
Yeah, this was a day that we couldn't have thought. We thought this is going to be a low scoring day, sorry, with third day being a moving day on professional golf tournaments. But it looks like everybody moved backward except for our leader, Om Prakash Chauhan.
Well, 2 people who were moving forward were Varun Chopra and Rashid Khan, who came from tied 11th after 3 days to tied 3rd after the 3rd day. So that was the big jump. Om Prakash moved away from a tie with Rahil Kanji to alone for a 4-shot lead. He is in a league of his own. And then there was Varun Chopra and Rashid moving upside noticeably. The others made slight moves upwards and backwards, more upwards and lower, most of them being actually backwards. And we have the leader after 54 holes, Om Prakash Chauhan, the leader on the order of merit. He is up at 7 under for 3 days.
Yeah, that brings us to the end of our live telecast from the SSP Chawrasia Invitational 2023. Got powered by Take Sports from the iconic Royal Calcutta Golf Club in Kolkata. It is my fellow commentator V. Krishnaswamy, also known as for me as Mr. Golf, and this is Amit Dubey signing off.
We'll be back again tomorrow for the fourth and final round.
Anyway, signing off now. Have a good day.